I'm here, guys. I am dragging my feet. I do apologize. I'm like, because I wasn't ready for the last video. That's y'all don't even know. Like, I'm like, what is going on? I'm dragging my feet today. I'm trying to connect some things that aren't connecting, and I'm just gonna cry. I'm gonna cry today. Today's one of those days. And then I woke up and I was like, this don't even sound right. Like, what the hell is going on? And I'm just having one of those rabbit moments where I don't know. It's people doing the most, I guess. I don't know. It is what it is. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. We are going to, there's just so much to review right now. And I got some notes down. Give me 1 second, guys. Thank you. Let's see. I know I got to start the other computer and everything. It's been a lot going on. So I'm going to drop the link as we get started. Of course, I did push the time. I do apologize again, but there's just, too much going on. And I wanted to make sure that I stayed on top of other things that I was talking about as well. Trial doesn't start till about another 2 hours, so I'm very early, but you guys know that I like to kind of give commentary and talk and figure out like what is going on and everything in terms of what's being reported and whatnot. I also took some notes that I want us to discuss because after yesterday's hearing, I left there like, what is going on? I don't understand. Like, I feel like, we're being told one thing and then it's something else and it's not what we always thought it was. I think it's important to acknowledge what doesn't make sense and what makes sense to where we're at right now. Okay. So I want to talk about Robert Ladd's testimony yesterday. And I want to tell people, I really do take this very serious. I feel like I'm upset. Like, that's how upset I'm so upset about what I heard yesterday. And sitting back and just kind of peeling the onion to some of the things that were said, and then also comparing to some of the things that he said before in these, sensationalist interviews, that I feel like, what is the story of the murder of Tupac at this point? And why is it so complicated? And why is it the way that it is? It's a lot of questions that I have. And I mean, maybe it's just me in my mind trying to make sense of various things. And then I stumbled across this article that I was like, what do you mean that the prosecutor is closing this week? That doesn't even make sense whatsoever. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to say that this hearing or this trial is going to be a 6-week trial. Because listen, I was ready for a 6-week trial. I was like, nah, no way. And then I started hearing and reading about how this could actually be closing in this week. This week, not a month from now, not next month. This week. I mean, next month is what? The third. Yeah, next month would be next week, pretty much, right? So hold up, y'all. So we're going to talk about that. There's this article that I want to talk about specifically that I was like, what? And these are just legal analysts, right? We don't know what could happen. I'm still waiting to hear about the Greg Kading, who we were told was a witness. Suge Knight, we were told was a witness. Detective Mogg, we're told was a witness. Yusef, the narrator. Yeah, Yusef Jah, the narrator of Compton Street Legends. Like, this cannot be closing when we got like 5 or 6 more witnesses going. I feel like it's so preliminary to even say that, but then at the same time, I'm not there. I don't know. These people, they're doing what they're doing because that's what they're doing. Hey, I don't know. Right? I'm not an attorney. Maybe maybe that's it. Maybe there's nothing else to it. So let's get into this article, and I'm going to do some shout outs here in a minute, y'all. Here it is. This is the article that I was talking about. Okay. Former detective says Tupac's murder suspect was gang shot caller who had final say in shooting. Okay. So we saw this yesterday, right? This is Robert Ladd, who has been in various interviews and stuff like that. So we're gonna talk about this. Hold up. Ooh, hold up, y'all. Is it Nels Revenge? Oh my god, your name is hilarious. Hi, Rabbit. So I feel confused about something. Why would Keefe D admit to the Tupac shooting when they brought him in for Biggie? Do you think he just made it up? I also love watching you. You're amazing at what you do on Nell's Revenge. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for this very, very generous super chat. And One Sweet Potato, thank you again for renewing your membership. Phoenix says, I emailed you Katie's book. Oh, thank you. Thank you. And I think you emailed it via PDF. So we can look at Katie's book. I got to be careful, though, because that guy, the murder raps, they like to flag people. Phoenix, I'm going to pull it. Thank you for this. Appreciate it. Thank you. Robin, thank you for the makeup brush. And again, Nels, thank you guys. Thank you for the support, guys. That really does mean a lot. We're starting 2 hours early with commentary. I'm not going to let the stream run 2 hours like these folks over here. Okay? So this article reads, a former Compton gang detective testified Tuesday that Duane Keefe, Keefe D, okay, Davis was a high-ranking shot caller whose authorities meant younger gang members would not have opened fire on Tupac with Davis present unless he allowed it. So Robert Ladd, a former Compton police officer who spent years investigating gang homicides, described Davis as a leader of the Southside Compton Crips who ordered younger members to act. Prosecutors have not accused Davis. Look at this is very important. Keefe D is not accused of firing the weapon. For all we know, it could have been Orlando. It could have been Dre. It could have been Bubble Up. It could have been, right? I also want to acknowledge too that even though we don't have Corey Edwards, who apparently is on the run, okay? Even though we don't have that, we do have his statement that he wrote, which thank you, Kadisha Lynn, for sending it to me. Corey Edwards was the one who have said to have been there as well. He also has put Keefe at the scene as well, but he is on the run. He's on the run. They tried to ping his phone, and apparently not only is he on the run, but he took his family member with him too. I mean, they're like, we're not going, and we're taking everybody with us too. Okay, that's what they said. So it says, Compton. Hold up. Sorry, y'all. Baby Bunny does the most. Robert Ladd, a former Compton PD, okay, he says that he described Davis as a leader of the Southside Compton Crips who could order younger members to act. Prosecutors have not accused Davis of firing off the weapon that killed Tupac in Vegas nearly 30 years ago. Instead, they allege that Davis orchestrated the shooting in retaliation for a casino brawl hours earlier involving Shakur and Davis's nephew, Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. Under Nevada law, someone who helps another person commit a murder can be convicted of the crime. Now, Ladd testified the Shakur shooting triggered a 10-day war in Compton between the Southside Compton Crips and Mont Piru, resulting in 3 killings and 10 attempted murders. Davis has said in past interviews that he was riding in a white Cadillac. Okay, various interviews. Let's be very, very specific. Davis has said in various interviews that, he's put himself there. Then he doesn't put himself there. Then he puts himself there. It's crazy work. And I'm like, okay. And we'll talk about that. I want to talk about the proffers a little bit more because I had this idea. I want to talk about the Lakewood Mall thing that I'm like, suddenly we have no documentation for us. Even though it didn't happen in Compton, it happened in the vicinity of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, which I'm like, well, did they respond? Doesn't sound like there's a police report for that. Anyways, we're going to get into this. Davis has said in past interviews that he was riding in the white Cadillac. He put himself there, okay? And asked Tuesday who would have been the leader among the 4 men in the Cadillac. Robert Ladd answered Mr. Davis. Ladd said that Anderson, a younger ranking gang member, could not have opened fire with Davis in the car without Davis's permission. If Davis had told the others to handle the dispute later, Ladd testified there wouldn't have been a shooting. So, defense attorney emphasized the lack of physical evidence supporting the theory. And that's the problem, right? A defense attorney, what do? We know, prosecutor, they got the burden of proof. Defense is always going to what? Explore, exploit, further push the buttons on that area. Okay? And that's their job. That's what they're supposed to do. So Mr. Michael Sands is emphasizing the lack of physical evidence supporting that theory. Ladd acknowledged that aside from Davis's own admissions, he had no physical evidence placing Davis in Las Vegas that night and no phone records showing Davis ordered the shooting. So one thing that Robert Ladd said that a good percentage of, because he was a gang member unit expert, he said that a good percentage of convictions come from the gang members' own admissions, right? So are we saying, when I heard him say that, I said, okay, but there's got to be corroborating evidence to that, right? Like somebody can't just come up here and say, even though we've seen it done, if I, say to you guys, I robbed a bank when I was 21. Am I confessing to a crime? Is that enough for the DA to say, yep, she confessed to it? She wrote a memoir. She wrote books. She did interviews. I said, that's all we need. Do we need any corroborating evidence for this? Or are we just going to say, nope, that's it. That's all. She did it. She did it. That's it. That's all. So then what? I guess we'll just take that for his word. I don't know. Anyway, so there's no evidence. He had no physical evidence placing Davis in Las Vegas that night and no phone record showing Davis ordered the shooting. Law enforcement experts said that they collected bills and letters from the Las Vegas hotel in Anderson and Davis's residence. So what we saw yesterday was a Tim Brennan. He's passed away many years ago, right? Tim Brennan, when he worked in Compton PD, he did the search warrant for Keefe D's place, right? What they showed us was a collection of the evidence, a list. They didn't show us the evidence itself. Number 4 says, True Bill Monte Carlo. Davis's True Bill Monte Carlo. But they're not showing us the bill. They're not showing us the date of the bill. They're not showing us the time of the bill. If the shooting happened on the 7th, how do I not know that he didn't visit the hotel on the 6th or some, I don't know the dates. I don't know the dates of these places. And that sucks. When Compton PD closed because they are corrupt, and they were corrupt, even though Robert Ladd wants to conflate. He talks about, well, the mayor and then the Latino man, he was taking drugs and plantations. I'm like, that's what you call corruption, sir. That's the definition of corruption. And it bothered me. It really did bother me that the DA, fair to say, this is what the DA said. Fair to say that that Compton PD was swallowed by the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. Swallowed? Oh, you mean they closed down in 2000? You mean they closed down? Like, why can't we? You're a DA. Say what it is. Why is it so hard? You're not defaming the police department. It is very hard for departments to close down. Say what it is. Trisha, I was thinking the same thing too, love. I was like, well, we got to have cameras. We don't have cameras. We got the camera at the MGM. Do we have any cameras in Monte Carlo? Any footage? No. Yeah, who was that one priest pastor that was talking about swallowed, that he was being swallowed and he got dragged because of his Diddy connections? I forgot his name. That he had been swallowed. And anyways, so I'm like sitting there, I'm like, swallowed. And then it went from swallowed to absorbed. I'm like, TD Jakes, thank you, Brandon. I'm like, I can't, man. This is one constipated apartment between the swallowing and the absorption. And he has the nerve to answer that it wasn't corruption. You got the FBI involved. You got cops going to jail, mayors being removed, cops taking in evidence as if it's like, the rug evidence, as the candy shop situation. I'm like, what? And that's not corruption, sir. I have a problem, and I have a problem with you. I really do. You can't, between the DA and Robert Ladd, I said, are you guys okay? This is called corruption. Okay. But I guess whatever. Anyways, let's keep it going, y'all. As y'all can see, I really, 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 really thought about this. You said I just read your. We'll talk later, Vicky. Shout out to you, girl. We'll talk later, Vicky. Law enforcement experts said that they collected bills and letters from the Las Vegas hotel, but they didn't know when they were dated or the current location of that evidence. There's that. Prosecutors have argued that Davis's own words are central to the case, whilst the defense has characterized his client's accounts as fabricated, bravado, and accused investigators of failing to corroborate them. That seems to be the theme between the FBI to the LAPD to the Los Angeles PD, or excuse me, Las Vegas PD. Nobody is corroborating stuff, but we're writing books about it. We're making money about it, and we're leaking files about it, but nobody's corroborating this ish, right? And so because you had cloaked yourself out of the former title of LAPD, Los Angeles PD, FBI, everybody seems to be eating the cake. Everybody's eating the cake when we're all on Jenny Craig, but we're all eating the cake. I'm pissed off. I didn't realize how mad I was, but I really, 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 really am. Anyway, so look at this shit. This is the shit that I said. What is this here? And we're all constipated now. Why am I thinking about food? Why am I thinking about food? Sanders characterized his client's accounts as fabricated bravado, accused investigators of failing to corroborate them. Ladd was the 23rd witness called by prosecution. The state is expected to rest its case Wednesday. Is that today? What is it? Today is Wednesday, August 26th. Today. They're resting today. Meanwhile, where's Suge? Where's Detective Mogg? Where's Greg Kading? Where's Yusuf, the narrator? Today. They're resting today. How and why are they resting today? I don't know. That's what they're expecting. Because it kind of dawned on me. I said, Lord have mercy. See, watch me work. Where are those students? There is no transcripts. You mean the grand jury transcripts when they had talked about the assault? There is no police report of this Foot Locker incident. Okay? There is this Foot Locker incident didn't even happen in Compton. So Robert Ladd has been repeating hearsay. He's been writing about hearsay. I'm thinking, let me tell you what, this is the ish that irks me. Oh my God, today. I'm thinking, okay, Foot Locker incident. No cameras. All right, that's okay. There's a police report. Oh, but then if you read back at the grand jury transcripts, Dirt Rock says that they got out of there. The people were coming down. The police was coming. Everybody, they got out of there real quick. So I said, wait, what? But Dirt Rock said that his home was raided because of the Foot Locker incident, because of the whole chain situation, right? That's what he said. Okay, friends. Well, There is no Los Angeles Sheriff's Department report. No, security Lakewood Mall report for the Foot Locker incident. How they got a hold of Dirt Rock when they did that raid in his house is because back then there was a lot of street intelligence happening where there were hidden homes of anybody that they felt could have been involved in certain situations. And his house happened to have gotten raided. That's how shit got down. There was no police report. So I believe that it happened. I believe that it happened because you got Dirt Rock saying it. Robert Ladd said it at some point. You got some of these individuals said it about a Foot Locker incident where the Foot Locker was destroyed, so much so to the point that they had to rebuild the Foot Locker. Okay. But we have no reports to substantiate that incident. For the longest time, the story goes that somehow the Foot Locker incident was connected to the murder, to the MGM fight, to the murder of Tupac, all of this shit, right? All of this. But the reality is this: the Foot Locker incident had happened months before. But there was nothing. Yusevika says, now I believe that his home being now I believe him because he said he went to jail for. I mean, we have it. He said it. Compton PD was not on the up and up. I agree with that. Dare I say corrupt, but the Foot Locker happened, just not in Compton. It didn't happen in Compton. It happened in the vicinity of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, or at least in the vicinity of Los Angeles. So when when Ladd heard about it, he heard it through word of mouth. He heard it through the rumor, not through his own police report was handed to him and he read it and he happened to have it in his files. No. So it's almost like a word of mouth situation. What is a word of mouth situation that happened in 96 now in 2026? So this just adds to the lure of this, where it's like you have a bunch of retired detectives that I get it. Time was different back then. Hell, man, processes were different. I'm not saying that they're any better now. I'd like to think that we've improved a lot of them, but it just didn't. How do you connect it? I know in my heart that Keefe D had something to do with the murder of Tupac. But can you prove it? Because that's really what it comes down to. I know a lot of people in this chat know that Keefe D had something to do with this, but can we prove it? Did the state, if they're arresting today, they're done today. Did the state do their job to show us that without a shadow of a doubt, that man is involved? And I get it. Somebody left me in the comment and said, Rabbit, we have all of his taped confessions. Yes. And we have all of his taped lies. And we have all of the taped things that he said that do not make sense whatsoever. It doesn't prove anything yet. If we're going to convict people on hearsay or on the fact that they lie here and they omit here, you could say the same shit about these cops too. Okay. 1 minute they're saying one thing over here in this interview. Then they're saying another thing over here, and then another thing over here, and then they come into the stand and they say something different. It's the same thing. It's the same predicament. We're not doing any better. So I'm sitting here and I'm like, well, if they're going to arrest today and we start late, I hope that some happens in the next couple of hours where it's like, my mind's changed. My mind's changed. They got a good case. Because I don't know, man. It's too much. To me, the plane has never landed. I go back to the first day when the opening statements, I said, okay, all right, we got a little jet engine going. They're floating up there. I don't know where they went. I'm like, Lord have mercy. When we coming down? When we coming in? Corey Edwards on the run. I think that says a lot. But let's just say that they use his statement. Okay, let's just say that, right? Let's say that they what, because they can. I guess I don't know. James is like, nope, nope. That plane is like somewhere up somewhere, y'all. All right. T. Brennan, who's passed away. This is December 26th. Look at the date of this. Date of interview. December 26, 2006, not 1996. Okay. Yeah, they put out a warrant for it. I mean, I'm sure that they're looking for him to bring his ass in. Is it going to make a difference? Probably not. You think unless they bring a hung jury. Well, let me just say this is the way that the jury is questioning, because I'm glad that they're questioning, but the way that they're questioning the evidence, guys. There's a question that was asked yesterday that I thought was a fantastic. They're paying attention to the evidence. Someone asked Robert Ladd. No, who was not Robert Ladd? The let's see. Hold up. Give me one sec. The way Okay, let me see how I want to say this. The question that they asked the investigator that did the search warrant, the young woman, they asked the question up there, right? In 2023, they did that search warrant where they found those bins and stuff like that. Okay, they were going through that. The whole bin, they were going through those whole bins, right? And they were finding all these articles and stuff like that. And one of the questions that the jury asked that woman was, what did you think? What did you think you guys were going to find? I think from 1996 to present time, like, what did you think you were going to find in that evidence? What did you think you were going to find? Or something to that effect. I don't know. And, she kind of answered like, I don't think we were looking to find anything. I mean, it's just a search warrant, right? There's a lot of articles out there that were torn up that were in that bin. You got the jacket with the Keffe. Even the jacket has a different kind of spell. It doesn't even say Keefe. It says Keithy with the Y at the end, but actually spelled Keithy. Okay. You got the book in there in his possession. You got a manuscript or at least an idea of a story to write for Hollywood or something. You have a lot of stuff. These are articles. You got pictures. You got all kinds of things, right? But to me, what does that point to? If we're looking at a serial killer, I'd be like, oh man, this is the person collecting trophies. But that's not what we're looking at. Could he have been collecting maybe articles, knowing that he had a hand in this? Yeah, potentially. But what other corroborating evidence do we have? If they're resting today, what do we have, guys? I don't know. I don't think we have anything. And honestly, the way I see it is that it's it's the responsibility of these agencies. They hold a level of responsibility to why this murder was never solved. Matter of fact, I would say they hold 100% level of responsibility why this murder was never solved. Their processes is what delayed a lot of this shit. I thoroughly believe that. There could have been a time they could have done so much early on, and they decided not to. And I have to wonder why and who. When Russell Poole was not wrong about the things that he pointed out. We've been knowing, we knew how corrupt. And when you have officers like Robert Ladd, who doesn't even call the shit for what it is, this is an issue that has been going on for years. These gang unit officers, they've been knowing. Just an opinion. And I do feel some type of way that whether Keefe orchestrated or gave the whatever it was, I also feel like there's so many others responsible behind this. I've always felt that way. Always felt that way. So I don't know. Just my thought, man. Just my thought. Okay, hold up. Let me read this. So Kenesha Lynn sent me this. Detective Kading and I. So this was December 26, 2006. Okay. Detective Kading and I contacted Corey Edwards and at the Parker Center Jail on December 26, 2006 at approximately 10:30 hours. Edwards was in custody for perjury and a federal fugitive warrant. Okay. And a federal fugitive warrant. I gotta get it on my bigger screen, y'all. Sorry. So I can see better. Detective Kading and I had previously read Edwards' his Miranda rights, which he had waived. I asked Edwards if he had any information regarding the murders committed by the Compton Southside Crips. Edwards stated that he grew up with many of the members and hung out with Keith Davis. When Wendell Prince, Orlando Anderson, and others, Edwards said he knew Flint Coleman and Zip Williams. Okay. Edwards said that he was in Las Vegas when Tupac and Suge Knight were shot. Edwards said that he was there for the Tyson fight and was in the bar with friends from New York after the fight. Orlando, Duane Keefe Davis, DeAndre Smith, Kevin Davis, and Terrence Brown came in the bar. Anderson told him they had been jumped by Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur, and the mob. They were all mad, talking about getting back at the person who jumped Anderson. After a little while, they all left the bar together, and Edwards stayed at the bar. Edwards did not offer any further information regarding this incident. Edwards said that Duane Keefe Davis and Southside Compton Crip member met Biggie Smalls through Zip. This was a statement from 2006. This is Corey Edwards' statement. And my question is, are they going to introduce this? Is this evidence? Because even though you got Corey Edwards on the run now, could this be a piece of evidence that could be like Corey Edwards said in 2006 that this is what it was? This is truth. What kind of an evidence is this? What else would there need to be for a conviction at this point? Would this work? He's on the run now. I think it's not just him, but others as well. That's what I'm saying, because like double jeopardy could kick in. But I just don't think yeah, I don't know, man. I'm so conflicted on this, honestly. I really, really am. It feels like it feels like it's off. It feels like this whole thing is off, guys, honestly. Let me see what you said. Said we're not giving any legal advice. No, girl, no. You said the jury asked the male CSI yesterday, what were you expecting to find in a location? Thank you so much. The jury asked the male CSI. I thought it was the female, but you're right, Claudia. It might have been the male. What were you expecting to find in a location 30 years later? Yeah, you're right. And what did they answer? 30 years after the crime. So, and I was like, all right. I couldn't sleep last night because I was thinking about this. I said, something's off, right? And I wrote on my community wall just some thoughts that I had, okay? So let me see, where did I put my notes? If the state is resting today, just seems like the logic is off, right? So time is the ultimate enemy of any case, right? A cold case. By the time you finally bring something to trial after what, 3 decades, the trial is cold, evidence could be buried. Sometimes when it comes to murder cases, we're expecting DNA. Sometimes DNA could make miracles. Like, we don't even have that here, right? In this case, we have a lot of key witnesses that are gone, right? They're deceased. You have people that are actively dodging subpoenas. They're hiding from warrants and whatnot. And some of the memories of these folks are gone, or, it changed. Narrative changes. So to try to build a complete murder case out of decades of this with very little evidence, and also when there's so much controversy around the people that have collected the evidence that's been there, there's room for a lot of speculation for there to exist. I think we have to acknowledge that, right? Mm. We have former law enforcement that, at some point they stop being credible, in my opinion. This is just me. But I'm not the holder of it all. I feel like once you go from, and it's not even so much about retirement, right? Because, there's a lot of people that retire, and they continue to become, experts in that field because they can give you testimony about certain things, but they don't muddy the waters. And to me, there's just been so many areas where things have been muddied here, right? I don't know, man. It just don't seem right overall. Then you have all of his recordings. It's like a combination between confessions and what's concrete proof, what he said in 1998 to what he said in what, 2008. Okay. And then the other thing to kind of consider, I said, well, all right, I know proffer agreements are secret, right? You're supposed to, you keep these quiet. Okay. But the FBI doesn't have a duty to report to the state. The FBI is not bound to report to the state, right? Like, it's not like the FBI should have said this, the state should have said that. Like, some of these entities, especially in the 90s, they're so silo. Like, if you look at how processes were, many of these entities did not speak to each other like that. Because the other thing I thought, I was like, all right, maybe I'm just being stupid for thinking this way, but you would think that if Keefe went to Kading and they spoke with Kading, right? And the reason why they were meeting with Kading wasn't even related to Tupac, but here you got this man saying, "Oh, I wasn't involved in that one, but I might have been involved in the other one." He's over here singing like a canary, right? He's saying all this kind of stuff. Then you would think, well, have you talked to the feds? Oh, you talked to the feds. Okay. You would think that that Kading or Dupree or any of these individuals would have reached out to the feds and say, look, Keefe said that he talked to you in 1998, 99, wondering what he told you. And I know you guys can't, let the people know what's going on, right? Because you're the feds and everything. But I am kind of curious to know what was said, because here he's saying to us that he actually had some level of involvement. So now you have a situation where two agencies have conflicting stories, right? Thank you. And the police didn't start sharing info until after 9/11 happened. And there's that. You have two conflicting situations happening here. You got the feds over here. They got their paperwork. They don't have a recording, but they got their paperwork. But in the paperwork, it says that he didn't have anything to do with the shooting. But now in 10 years later, he said that he might have. He did. And then he goes from there to say something different in all these Death Row Chronicle interviews. And he's not a snitch, but okay. So there's all kinds of inconsistencies. But back then, these systems were siloed. They didn't talk to each other like that. So I do blame. It's like these systems that were around. It's almost y'all didn't want this solved either, because ultimately you didn't come to you didn't come to Keefe asking him about the murder, right away when it came. You came to about Biggie, but also his connections and his drug connections and everything. The feds look at big fish type of situation. They weren't invested necessarily in solving who shot Tupac back in 98 and 99. I mean, they're looking for the drug stuff, right? They're wanting the big fish. That's what they want, right? They're not invested like that. They're not. So I have to wonder, are we resting? Are we resting today? Are we really, really resting? We ready for that? I don't know, man. I don't know. I did see that Storm also messaged me. Hold up, Storm. And thank you. What is this? Sorry, y'all. People be sending me stuff. You were looking into the Lakewood permit, the mall permit. Oh, so you talk about the permit says the Lakewood permit requests online go back to 2008 via online municipal permit. Even in the Wayback Machine only goes to 2001. Okay. So she gave me some permit information as far as how Lakewood went. You said reach out to the Lakewood Community Department by email. For what, though? I don't think they're going to carry this information, though. He said the Foot Locker, it closed in 2012. The main address for the mall, okay, I got that. Let's see. The fight allegedly took place in July of 1996. That is the most I can find. Most articles are recent based on the trial. Yeah, where's an article from 96 is kind of what I'm wondering. I even went to the search engine. I found bits and pieces, but nothing I trusted enough to forward entirely in full. Just that it happened in July of 96. However, there is a massive article on fights that happened there. One involved 130 teens, and yet nothing reported a total remodel. It also sold in August of 2025, the Lakewood. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what we're going to find with that, but that's just going to give us maybe permit stuff and everything. I don't know. My thing is it's really what we need to start looking at is like, well, where was this fight reported? Did the fight happen? I don't know. I'm not feeling too good about any of it, honestly, guys. I'm not. I don't like it. It don't seem right. And now, I mean, I don't know. And I get it. It was silos back then. I get it, but it just, what do we got? We have no DNA evidence. We have him going back and forth. Y'all consider that a confession? I don't know. If he violated a proffer agreement, which one did he violate? He had two. Y'all let me know what you guys think. I'm going to drop the link. I know I just went off a little bit. Okay, I did, but this really did get to me, man. I was thinking about this last night. I said, this doesn't make sense. It feels like there's a failure in so many ways here overall. And then Suge Knight, hold up, let's not forget about Suge. Suge decided to give another interview to what's his name? Hold up 1 minute. Suge Knight interview TMZ. Oh my God. Hey Ty, hold up. Let me bring you up, love.
Can you see me?
I see you now. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Good morning or afternoon.
I know. I started with the rant. I hope I don't know if you heard any of it.
It's absolutely
I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about this.
This is a lot. It's a lot. What do we have? What do we actually have? Like, if we sit at the dinner table and we put all the papers on the table, I don't think we have a case.
No.
I don't think the state has a case.
No.
I mean, where's the evidence? Like you said, where's the evidence? Where's the DNA evidence? What's actually going on? You got Suge Knight coming out saying that the defense tried to pay him $1 million. Did you see that?
Yeah. No, no,
Like,
no. That's what Suge said, and I haven't even watched it yet. I said I don't want to get mad.
right. So he's
I'll
like,
get mad with everybody here.
absolutely. Like, what?
I gotta listen to this. Let me play it while you're up here.
Another opinion about Keefe D even being on trial, being offered by The Game, who says that he's a scapegoat.
He says everybody in Compton who's connected knows who killed Tupac Shakur, but they're not saying. Is that accurate that whoever it is that's going around?
No, it's not accurate. No, it's not accurate at all because everybody's up there lying.
Wait. So him and The Game don't see eye to eye? I'm assuming. Who doesn't Suge Knight not get along with? He seems like he got beef with everybody.
Right. Suge Knight doesn't even get along with himself.
I know. I'm like, he don't even like himself. Let me hit play.
Number one, Keefe D says that I met with his attorney and Reggie Sr. to give his nephew some bread. I was in the county jail. That's all you got to do is check the time and see where I was at. But the crazy thing about this, everybody's using this as a way to be like, look at me, look at me. I ain't doing this to say, look at me, look at me. I'm doing this saying, hey, that's my homie. And his life wasn't no motherfucking circus. His life wasn't about people just talking to be talking. And Keefe D and them attorneys was like, hey, we'll give you a half a ticket. We'll give you $1 million. They talked to this person that worked for Puffy. They talked to this person who works with them. All the lawyers getting together. And I told them, look, my loyalty and love for Tupac can't be compromised with nobody.
Wait, hey, Suge, wait, you're saying that they offered you $1 million to do what?
To say that he wasn't there, he wasn't in the car, and all this other
Wait a minute, he who? That
Keefe D.
But I thought I thought.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
They
that's
offered
what I
him
said.
$1 million?
Yes, to come
Who
on the
offered
stand
him
and
$1 million?
testify that he said the people of Keefe D camp offered him $1 million to, we're not taking this as facts because this is Suge Knight. As soon as he opened up his mouth, we know that it's probably going to be a lie. But this is a lie that definitely needs to be attended to. I think the defense needs to come in actually, before the jury comes in and actually addresses this, because this is something that you just don't let hang over your head. I'm pretty sure they know about it. But Keefe D just said, go ahead.
No, go ahead, love. Go ahead.
Keefe D just said that he locked eyes with Suge.
Yeah.
So it's like a lot of.
Which one is it?
Like, which one go? Like, which one is it? You want to know what I'm sick of? Today, guys, if there's anybody else, I'm calling Nevada Book Club. I'm in charge of Nevada State Book Club, and I am collecting all the Keefe D books, and we're going to make a library of all the Keefe D books. So I need everybody to hand me your Keefe D book. It seems like everybody has a Keefe D book. So before I submit it to the Nevada State's Books Club, I just want to make sure we have all the Keefe D books ever written in my possession so we can make a great library, because this is ridiculous. Like, the quote of the day is, when you leave, what story will they tell about you?
Shit.
That's what's going on. It's giving Oprah's Books Club.
We having a bonfire.
Like, what are we doing? It's literally giving Oprah's Book Club. Now, are we reading Suge Knight's book? Are we committing to that or no?
No.
No, you don't have it?
Nope, I'm not. You know what? Why I think what bothers me about there's a lot that bothers me about Suge Knight, but I think that the reason that he does is because he is a shitty ass person. And he knows, and I feel like he wasn't involved in the shooting, but he became complicit in the silence of what happened to Tupac after that. And then he paid off and he bought and he did all this shit. And this is why he's been able to run mouth. Because otherwise, what relevance would Suge Knight have if it wasn't for the fact that he was? What else is there to Suge Knight?
Yeah, because if he wasn't in the car, we wouldn't be talking about Suge Knight.
Exactly. Who would be talking about it? Suge Knight would just be somebody who had proximity to these artists, just like what was his name? To Eazy-E. What was that guy's name? The one that stole from Eazy-E. I forgot his name. Damn. Nobody was talking about him. Nobody was talking about that guy. But every time people talk about Eazy-E, here he comes, and he's doing this and that, the other. Suge wants attention, but I wonder if, to me, it's like, I don't think that Suge was involved in Tupac's murder, right? I definitely feel like it is in his best interest to dissuade, distract, and throw as many monkey wrenches and wrenches and wrenches and wrenches
Oh,
to the
absolutely.
situation to just try to distract from all of this. Honestly, exactly, Vicky. He's refusing to testify. Jerry Heller, to me, Suge is like the Jerry Heller of the situation. I'm sorry. And I hate to describe him that way, but he gives me that because, there isn't anything that he won't do or steal. I think he had a hand in it. And then they took out, Biggie, because that's what they had to do. And then these, Keefe and Orlando were okay, making business even after,
Right.
after all of this. They were okay with each other. They've seen each other, even though it's been years, because that's what it sounds like. But they've done business with each other, so that's why I'm like, it's so convenient to me that every time Suge comes in, he just throws a wrench at everything.
Yeah. So what I would like is for the defense to challenge Suge on what he said on TMZ. You need to provide me evidence that this is what this is actually happened. Like, we offer you this money. Like, you just can't just keep on saying anything. Like, we do know Suge Knight, all he has is time. He ain't doing nothing else. I actually think they should be investigating on how many people's phone calls he's taking up. All he does is call from the jail. And when he calls from the jail, it's something so irrelevant to what we're talking about. You said you wasn't coming whether or not you got $1 million or not. So what are you talking about? We go, like, what are we talking about? It's just crazy.
And that's the part, it is crazy. I think that, I don't know. I think that I think it's something to be said about the fact that Keefe didn't take a plea deal.
Right.
He took this to court. Like, regardless of how I feel about Keefe, I do feel like he had some involvement in this, right? I definitely do. I think a lot of us do, but he took this to court because he knew that there would be no evidence that would have somehow directly or indirectly link him to any of this. What have they been able to establish, the DA, that the man is a gang member? That he was a shot caller? I don't even know if we can establish that. We don't even know. They didn't even educate us in terms of, like, okay, how the infrastructure of the Southside Compton Crips work, right? Like, what would have made him a shot caller? What, like, we didn't even get that much. And they're saying that they're going to arrest today.
I think we stopped at the book.
They're hoping that the book is going to be like, yep, that's your confessional.
So we finally got to the book, and then we're still waiting. And then you guys supply us with a list of things that you found at the raid, but we don't see the things that you found at the raid. You got Corey Edwards on the run like Beyonce and Jay-Z. What are we doing here? What is this?
I mean, when I heard that, I was like, what do you mean that they're resting? They're resting. What do you mean that where are they going? What do you mean they're resting? It does not make any sense. Maybe the legal analysts are misinterpreting this. I could be wrong. It's in the Associated Press. When I saw this, I said, no way that they're resting today.
Arresting
It feels
who?
wrong. Not arresting, resting today.
Oh, resting. Oh, what are we resting on? We have no foundation. Resting on what?
Yeah, the prosecution is resting today. That's what
Like,
did you miss
rest.
the article? Yeah, it says
Yeah,
it
I missed
here.
the article. Oh, my bad.
No, you're fine.
No.
Ladd was, so they were talking about Robert Ladd. Ladd was the 23rd witness called by prosecution. The state is expected to rest its case Wednesday,
No.
with the defense expected to finish Friday and closing arguments anticipated on Monday.
No. I'm not accepting that. I'm calling a district attorney myself. No, we're not
There you go.
accepting this. What are we resting? We're resting at the search warrant?
Yeah. Yeah,
With the
yeah, yeah. So
girl-
that was my issue. That's
What?
why I was like, I'm so confused. What is going on?
How are you resting at the search warrant?
What I think they've presented everything that they have.
So let me get this straight. So this is all of the state's witnesses. Does the defense get a chance to ask for witnesses? Or do they recall what the state?
So what I heard is that they're asking for 3 to 4. I read somewhere 3 to 4 witnesses for the defense, and one of those is going to be an expert in false confessions and testimonies, which is supposed to be in their favor of like what it means, what it basically means for, somebody who gives a fraudulent false testimony. Like it could say one thing 1 year and then 10 years later say something different. That's what they're saying. That's why I'm like, are people not picking
psychologists.
up with these like these legal analysts that have been examining this? I'm like, and by the way, Associated Press, they're out there streaming too. So it's not like they're out of touch with the trial. They're literally saying Ladd was the 23rd, which he was. Robert Ladd was the 23rd witness called by prosecutors. The state is expected to rest its case Wednesday, today, with the defense expected to finish Friday. And if you think about it, we got a late start today. What were they supposed to be doing? The jury, they're going to go over the evidence, which that tells me, well, y'all are going over the evidence now? What are we reviewing, the 5-hour recordings again, or 6 hours? Like, what evidence?
I think there should be a rule about that, because that was a lot. The fact that this is a unique case, because all of those hours of recordings, how is the jury going to sift through all of that? They weren't able to ask questions. Well, yesterday they did, but it wasn't directly after each question, which was kind of confusing to me. She just read all the questions and then he answered all of the questions. I thought it should have been one by one with the cross-examination in the state or whatever the case may be. But it's a lot going on.
I'm in shock, y'all.
But you want to know something? That manuscript, I'm thinking, what does this mean? I think it actually says Callie instead of Kale.
Kale? C-A-L-L-E?
Yeah, I think that's just like short for Callie, I guess, but not with an I. But
I said
think
Kale because it was 2 L's.
Child, listen, I don't know. I'm trying to piece what the damn state is trying to do right now. Piece something together, damn it. Go work with me, damn it.
I know, but look at the timeline. Prosecution in the Duane Keefe D, Keefe D, Davis murder trial is expected to rest its case Thursday, August 27th. That's Fox 5 Vegas. That's local news that's saying that. So either today or mañana, but they're resting this week. So I said, how are y'all resting when we just started? They said that they had 200 witnesses. 200 witnesses, and we only got to number 23. It's a 30-year thing out.
So just call me here and says, is it Cali for California? Because we do know there were typos in that manuscript. So yeah, let's just say typos. We're gonna agree that it's Cali, and this is the story of Cali, and we're going to follow the manuscript. What I find interesting is this what WAC 100 wanted to do with Keefe D when he tried to give him that bail money? Is this the script that he wanted to get him to sign to tell his life story? Could it be? Because it had a budget on it. Like, was this the pitch? I mean, this is boring. If we're leaving off with a Vlad, what's his name? He was boring. He was
Robert
chopped
Ladd?
cheese. Oh my God. Laddie was so flatty. Laddie. That was
Laddie.
so boring. We're gonna end like what is that? Charlie Brown sound? Like, what is this?
You waiting for a Perry Mason moment, aren't you?
Like, this is crazy. This is we were just getting good. I mean, wait. You guys asked for the detective, the other Dupree to come back. You asked for Dorsey to come back.
Well, what happened with Kading testifying? I mean, he could testify today. You got Mog, and then Yusef Yah, the narrator of the book, and then supposedly Suge Knight. I mean, Suge Knight, if he's giving interviews to TMZ, he gave one yesterday. It starts at 1, Vicky. It starts at 1. So I don't know. Kadishalin's like, what about all the YouTube videos? As much as I don't want to hear Keefe D say the same thing a million times, you think that would have been important? I mean, I'm just saying, like, even the witnesses, like, everything is, I don't know what I'm just like, I'm so confused by all of it. I feel like I don't know.
Yeah, like yesterday, I literally fell asleep in the middle of the whole thing, and I woke up and I re-looked at everything while I was at work, and I'm like, I just wasted 4 hours of my time because nobody said anything. Okay, Detective Mog was on the investigation, but is he the only one in the United States of America?
Yeah,
could research this and investigate this?
Kirk Burroughs too. What happened to him? He was supposed to be a witness, and we haven't even called him. How are we gonna be done by tomorrow?
Retwisted in New York. He's not coming. He said he has better things to do.
He said no. You can't make this up. Look, I don't know. I'm not an expert.
I'm not gonna take too much of this. You got Pickericker over here. And then you got Flower Guy. Like, it's just like, what? You got the Flower Girl over here.
You're going to be picking on that beard for like.
And I'm like, I thought I went through all of this picking and this is what we picked up. Girl, like, this is crazy.
Social media do the trial. You'll see what's going to happen. That'd be crazy work.
Oh, if social media was a court of, had a court. Actually, how about we have our own trial after this?
Oh my God, that's crazy work. You had to been already convicted.
A lot of people would be guilty. A lot of people will be guilty.
Even the ones that literally just for the hell of it, you guilty.
You're guilty.
You're guilty. Vlad guilty. Kading guilty. Who else? Reggie Wright guilty.
Dorsey in contempt of court for sure.
Yes.
Corey Edwards, you're getting locked up, buddy. I don't know where or who the hell you think you are, but mama, ven para acá. Where are you at, girl? Wait, what does he know that he's on the run?
That's the question.
And I didn't even think he was a main character. What do you know to make you not respond or to hit it? Your mother's 95, living in the house, and you said, I don't care. You over there. He's over there in Cuba where Shakur was. But let me tell you something, Mr. Corey Edwards. Corey, listen. You better not have an Apple Watch because they'll get you at the airport like they did Little Dirk. You better have left all your Apple devices. You better not have one of these traveling, Corey, or else you're going down, but they're going to get you.
Mm-hmm. I read it, Kadisha. Okay, so then we were pointing out to that statement that Corey made in 2006, where he basically, there was a statement that Corey made. We were reading
I
it.
seen that. I
Yeah,
have
and
that,
he
yeah.
basically puts all of them there. But I said, well,
Yeah.
if that was the only thing that we needed, then I don't even know why we would bring Corey Edwards back. But I think that they need
Evidently,
more
that's
than
not
just
the only.
that.
I don't even think that was added into evidence. Remember, I showed you that a while ago. I don't think they entered that as an exhibit because remember, I said the only way that they can enter that is through Kading.
Yeah.
So I said I think that they should, because Corey Edwards had already told the statement. So that's why it's confusing to me as to why you're not showing up, having already told on your girlfriends.
But the thing is that if Kading took that file, I would like to think, okay, he took a file. Maybe there's a copy of that statement over there, because what value is that file going to be, given that it's not like you've already messed up the chain of custody there since he had left, right? So,
right.
I don't know what you can do. I get that the man sits in 2,600 files and all this shit was shared. And this is why Michael Dorsey got in his fifis, because he wants to be known as the man. Him and Katie want to be known as the men that solved the murder of Tupac.
Yeah, but none of them want to walk a day down the streets of Compton.
There you go.
This is crazy. That's all y'all want? That seems like all everybody wants is to be associated with this debauchery and write a book.
Yeah.
We're not reading books no more, people. Newsflash, you need to get on a podcast. The reason why we're here is because of YouTube. We're not writing books anymore, old people. Sorry, no shade. And none of these books are New York bestsellers. Can we talk about it?
Yeah, there you go. They're very sensational. It's for a specific
It's very
group of people,
sensational. It's a niche, it's a specific niche. And I just think everybody's doing it just because they have a badge or some insight, rather to feel like they could do it. But even though Caden took the files, they are still loaded into the database, correct?
That's my question. Well, then that's my question to Kadisha, because she said, because witness statement is evidence, Rabbit. I agree. So like they can use Robert Ladd's statements as evidence. I'm not disputing that. My question is, though, is if they're saying that, how are they determining the chain of custody as those statements? Because all we have is Kading. Can they go to the LAPD and pull these files? Or did this man take all these files that there's no other copies? We're talking about what year? 2006? I mean, computers aren't foreign, but where were things being stored? You have to kind of wonder.
This is my thing. If Caden took those files without uploading and inputting those files into the system, that is more damaging for me. That is like more damaging for me as opposed to him uploading into the system and then taking the copies home. You get what I'm saying? If the system doesn't know any of this 2,700 files that you took, if they know nothing about it, that's an issue for me.
It's a lot. Kadisha, can you come up? I'm going to drop the link for you because I'm sure you're like typing all this stuff. You could probably say it better in here too, so I can read it. Let me know what you think. I have a lot of questions, man. So yeah, Corey made the statements to the documentary on Ben Crump, and they would get him on the stand and ask what he told the police. The thing is why did he leave? Why be on the run? If he's already repeated this on national television, why are you running?
You're already a rat. You can't morph into something else. You already are a rat because you went and gave names to the people. We already know this information. So are you trying to revenge yourself of the fact that you're a bona fide rat? Like, I'm confused. Because running is just going to make you look stupid. It's going to make you look worse. Just come on and tell us what that was about.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey. Sound off,
up?
girl. Tell me what
So
you
it's
think, man.
Corey Edwards would be interesting because in the very beginning of this, they showed his call logs at the Monte Carlo, which is where Keefe D kept saying he was. So
Mhm.
that's proof he was there. And then in all of his statements, obviously to Greg Kading in Murder Rap, also in the Ben Crump doc, he kept saying the same exact thing. So they would get him on the stand, ask him, what have you been saying? And he would have to testify to what he said. If he didn't, they would obviously grill him. And he each time put Keefe D, all 4 people that Keefe D said was in that car in Vegas. But he was actually looked at as like a suspect because he put himself at Club 662 in that caravan with Keefe D before Keefe D got in that white Cadillac, which is why I think Corey Edwards doesn't want any part of this. If you go and look at the articles, Corey Edwards was looked at as a suspect also, like years ago with this.
Right.
On
Because
top
wasn't
of just that gang mentality, he's a Southside Crip, and it's a common thing that you keep seeing. No, none of these people want to testify because they're in gangs. So added with that to everything that he said, it's kind of both. It plays hand in hand, which is obviously why, he doesn't want to testify because every single person they basically put on the stand all say the same thing. They were forced to be here. Whether it's
yeah,
Mob Piru, you had Idi Amin saying he didn't even want to be there. You know what I mean? So it's all of them. Nobody wants to be there because that's just the mentality that they live in.
but I don't truly believe that they fully believe what they live in. I
Yeah.
don't, because you sit up here, you want us to believe, us civilians, law-abiding citizens, you want us to believe that the street has any credibility after this. You guys want to uphold, you guys want to go on the run, but all of this paperwork in the back rooms is what you guys
Yeah, that's what's funny. And then on top of
like.
that, like most
What?
of them don't want to say anything on the stand, but yet they all say stuff in interviews like 1,000 times,
You're
which I
chatty
get into a
patties.
sense. Like they don't want to testify in court to put somebody in jail, but at the same time, it's like kind of stupid because you guys were all running your mouth for how long on the internet? Like, why does nobody
Right.
want to talk now?
That's what I'm saying. Is like, what is the difference now? It's like,
It's
what
just
is the
that
difference?
it's just that OG mentality. Like nobody wants to be responsible for putting them in jail and being looked at as a snitch in that way. Cause I think it's worse, but still to me, it don't make sense. So you kind of have to put yourself, even though to me, half of it doesn't make sense. At the same time, I can understand from that mentality after researching. And I was really deep into Tupac and all of that, right before the Diddy trial. Like I watched every interview could, from the police scandal with Phil Carson, Russell Poole. I watched everything. So as much as it doesn't make sense to a lot of people, in the same sense, it also does make sense in a way, even though it's
Yeah.
stupid. If that
Well, it's
makes
like my
sense.
mom said, it's one thing getting on the stand and putting it on the record is different than running your mouth, right? Because
Yeah,
one
and
actually leads to
putting
police.
somebody
And
in jail.
so, yeah,
And
yeah,
yeah,
that's right.
either way, we're dealing with real, these were real, maybe not now, but these were real gang members. And even if they're not in the gang anymore, they still live in these areas where people know them. So
Yeah.
I get it to why a lot of them are very hesitant and don't want to. I mean, that's even on people that were closest to Tupac. Like Idi Amin grew up with Tupac. So a lot of
Yeah.
people's feelings were hurt when they heard him say that. I didn't want to come here. I was forced to come here. But it's just the way they are. That's what they live.
Very, very, very true. So what do you think about the state resting
I will be
today
so
or
mad.
tomorrow?
I get it to a sense, but I don't, because I get as far as some of the witnesses, they're having problems. They said that whole list yesterday, but there's still other people that they had on this list that, are you telling me you had problems with Kirk Burroughs? Because I have a feeling he would love to talk because his lawsuit, Mo Preem's lawsuit, names things that Kirk Burroughs has said. So I feel like he would be something or somebody that would almost want to talk because they could kind of use some of that. And the governor, what happened to the governor? What happened to like I said, all the
Lombardo,
interviews?
because
As
he
much
was
as
an
I don't want to hear
officer.
Keefe D keep saying the same freaking thing,
Yeah.
you would think the YouTube videos would also be important. You know what I
And,
mean?
y- and
Yeah.
you're saying,
Lombardo was an
you're,
officer.
yeah. And
There's
you're
a
saying
lot of
what happened to
people.
all of these people? What happened to all of these people? My question is, what happened to the reason why we're here? I'm so confused. I think everybody lost their what?
I think the only reason we're here, if Keefe D would have just shut up, that's literally, he put himself here because he couldn't shut his mouth. If he would have just shut up and quit talking a million different times on every which channel that he could, he would have been fine. But he was making the cops look stupid, which I grant me they are. That's a lot deeper, I do believe, than Keefe D. But he put himself there because he didn't know how to shut up.
Well, and he was also, according, because he had said that he was dealing with cancer, right? So I think that they kind of give him a break too. Like cancer, like why are
And
we,
honestly,
going to
I'm
trial? And it
surprised
pissed him off.
I'm surprised Keefe's even still alive because the amount of stuff he was saying a lot more than just about Tupac. Like Keefe D loved to
Yeah.
talk. The amount of things that we have seen ever since 1998, that man loved to talk. You were talking about everybody. I don't know those people, but you was just telling everybody's business.
So the fact that you've been talking since 1997 and you only have one book out, you need to be writing a couple of more books, buddy. I think you're behind the 8 ball. You can have 3 trilogies. This needs to be a Twilight saga right now. You're literally been writing a Twilight saga since 1997. You don't read none of the books, and you still haven't noticed in August of 2026 that
That's why I said
everything was recorded.
I don't know which way it's going to go. I'm 70-30 because I know how cases go. A lot of times, like, having his own statements is what, if they do plead guilty, is what is going to nail him at the end. But at the same time, they don't have any physical evidence. Like, you know what I mean? They don't have a picture of Keefe D in Vegas that night. They don't have a receipt with his name on it. But when you add all of this stuff together, I do think there's a big possibility, just because the way he kept running his mouth, that they are going to find him guilty. So I'm 70-30.
You're
right now.
70-30. Let me do a poll for the chat. So I'm going to put a question up here, guys. I'm going to ask you guys, will Keefe D be found guilty? Option 1 and option 2 is going to be there. Let me go ahead and put this up here so you guys can see it, but let me move it up over here.
And option 3 is, are you writing a book of Keefe D? If you're writing a Keefe D book, submit it to the Rabbit blogger at iCloud.gmail.com. We're sending all the books. We will be picking the next book at the book club very soon.
One thing I'm interested in now, though, if they do arrest today, is really hearing how Keefe D's defense is going to go. Because we heard publicly he was going to blame it on Reggie Wright Jr. And I really wonder if they're going to bring in the saga with the cops and all of that. Because the way his defense cross-examined Reggie Wright Jr., to me, and I was watching a lot of lawyers, I have some friends that are lawyers, it fell flat. I get what his lawyer's doing. On some things he does well, but when the prosecutors keep opening the door to all of these things, he's not asking enough questions. And at the same time, it doesn't make sense. Like when the first thing he said, jurors always remember the first and the last thing you said. The first thing he said to Reggie Wright Jr. was talking about himself. The lawyer was talking about himself. Sir, you are not on trial. You're freaking, whatever. Your counsel is like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So in some parts he's good, but at some parts he falls really flat because the prosecutors keep opening the door to all of this crazy stuff. Like, I was shocked how many times Diddy was named throughout this trial. I thought it was something that they were going to try to leave out of it, if you want my opinion.
And
for sure.
I think that is very interesting that you said that, because I thought that I was the only one thinking that. Like, as I listened to the just this whole case, rather, I'm like, the things that the state is talking about, the prosecution could argue this same very thing. I'm like, what side is the state playing for in some instances throughout this case? And the and then the defense, Mr. Mike, he does this passive aggressive one. Yeah, this little comedic relief type of nice and goody two shoe type of thing. But when you open the door and you give him a little sass, as we saw with Mr. Dorsey, he goes down a rabbit hole with you. So I'm like, is he playing it safe? Is he trying to be nice to get more information? Or does he really have no case at all?
It's crazy.
I
Yenny
don't feel like he's defending him good enough. And I understand he's pro bono, but the prosecutors keep opening crazy doors and he's not taking it there all the way. Like with Reggie Wright Jr. on that stand,
Oh,
you
he should
had
have
a
been.
million and one questions you could have asked him about all the conspiracy theories. The prosecutors opened that door. The only thing you basically asked is, did you kill Tupac? And the prosecutors asked that question before you. He should have asked so many things.
But
And
that
that's why
tells
I
me,
am.
did you do your homework?
Yeah. And I don't think he did. And like I said, Gene Deal is all over the place. But if they do bring in Phil Carson, I think it will get kind of interesting because that goes with Reggie Wright Jr. So I'm curious to see what his defense is going to do when it gets to that portion, who they're going to call, what they are going to do for the defense portion
Yeah.
after the prosecution.
Kadisha, I'm going to ask you a question, but let me bring up, I have Yenny Star in the backstage. Let me just put a little banner up real quick. Hi, Yenny. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Sound off,
Hey.
Yenny. I just want to make sure if you come up, you don't have to show your face or anything. I just need to make sure nobody's, doing the most up here because sometimes people like to flash us.
No, you're good. You're good.
All
It's my
right.
first
Let us know
time
what your
with
thoughts.
with you here in the chat. I've been following you, but I never call in. I have a question for you guys with all this stuff that's going on with this case. I've been following the case. Does it come to anybody's mind that maybe Keefe did all of this book writing and all of this admitting to this just for clout? Because like how he said in one moment, you mean he was getting low on money, so he decided to do this. Maybe he just never actually committed this. Maybe he just did this. He maybe never figured it was gonna come back to him, so he just kept on with his lies, and now he's in this situation because apparently there is no evidence against him. It's all hearsay shit. You know what I mean? So it's like, could it be that this was just off of the cloud that he did?
Yeah, I believe so. And hopefully that's a check that he can cash.
Yep, it could definitely be clout, but that's what's working against him is because everything that he admitted. A lot of people say, oh, there's not evidence. Your word is actually evidence. It doesn't matter if it's circumstantial or direct evidence, any evidence builds a case. So he really has to worry about what he said, whether they think it's clout or not, because that is a actual strong piece of evidence.
But
It's his
they
own words
cannot, but the
confessing.
thing is that they cannot, from what I understand, they cannot condemn him just because of that. They have to have evidence that he committed what he's saying. And up to now, they have nothing.
No. They cases can be won on circumstantial evidence, so it builds a story. A lot of cases you'll see are actually circumstantial, not direct evidence.
So, for example, like, if there's a murder, right? There's no body, but there is enough evidence to show that like, for example, Scott Peterson, right? If there's enough evidence, they don't have to show even how you did it. It's whatever is pointing out at that moment to you, right? But my thing is where I have a problem with the circumstantial evidence, because that's what it is, right? Is that in 98, 99, he's saying nothing to do with this, but then 10 years later, he's saying he does, and then there's various other recordings. So which one is the accurate circumstantial evidence? That's really what it comes down to. What does the jury believe? And if that's the case, then what does that mean for everybody else around too?
And that's
because
the
if
thing.
KPD,
Go ahead.
If KPD is found guilty, I think there needs to be way more people because, like I've always said, it's more than KPD. I know some of the person that we really think did it is gone, but there's other players. I think it's so much deeper. And you will even hear Suge, as much as he goes all over the place, he has said this over and over. And when he talks about Keefe D, when he talks about Diddy, he kind of puts them all in a box. He talks in circles, but if you really listen to what he says and you go back, he puts like all of them people. Like it was literally everybody knew what was going to happen. So I think there's a lot more that needs to happen except just Keefe D.
Okay, and one more thing that it has me curious about this. Like they're taking Keefe D's word as gold. You know what I mean? Okay, he's admitting to it. He this, you know what I mean? It's what he's saying and everything. Now, are they going to take his word also as gold when he's putting Puffy, you know what I mean, in the middle of all this? Because if his word is good for one thing, is it going to be also good for everything else that he's admitting to?
Exactly.
Well,
Exactly. That's
I
what I feel to have a problem with. Because, okay, prosecutors, you're going by his words, then why the heck ain't Diddy in here based off Keefe D's words? You know what I mean? So I get what you're saying with that.
Cause Zip, right? If you're going by
Everybody.
Vegas law, well, if you're going by Vegas law, if it's saying that you don't even have to be the one to pull the weapon, well, technically,
Yeah.
Diddy didn't pull the weapon, but he
Yeah.
definitely orchestrated and or facilitated and or said that he would pay. I would think that that would apply there too, but I don't know.
So
I don't know.
shouldn't the shot caller be Diddy at this point if Diddy's the one that offered the money?
I don't think Diddy is considered a gang member. Just like Tupac wasn't considered a gang member, I don't even think Diddy is considered a gang member, right? To call him a shot caller.
I think if we just zoom out, this moment in time is important for the court, right? I feel like this moment is case law, right? Because this can be cited in another case. We're literally on trial for a book and some statements. We're literally on so this is going to shape the way people case law this case in the future. So if Keefe D is found guilty, then what else did he tell the truth about? Now we need to open an investigation on Diddy. Now we need to open an investigation on other people and other things to corroborate what actually is happening. I think this changes a lot of stuff. I think this is actually, like Khadijah Lynn was lending to, is a bigger fish to fry. It's big.
This is just like a whole can of
It really is a can
thing
of
that
worms.
is open, and it's like, where is it gonna end? I don't know.
I don't
Okay,
think
Rabbit,
the
I'll
state
keep
was
seeing
ready.
you online.
Yenny Star, thank you for coming up. Shout out to you. You got
Bye.
a very cute voice, girl. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I'll be in the chat.
All right. Y'all drop some hearts for Yenny Star. It's like nerve-wracking to get up here and talk. Shout
It
out to
is.
her. Yeah, it feels like a can of worms. And then, okay, say that he is convicted. Then what?
Mhm.
What happens? Then we wait for we were talking about this. Well, there could be a RICO. I don't know.
If Keefe D is convicted, there's not going to be no more informants. There's not going to be no more proffers anybody's going to sign. The whole laws of the streets are going to change. The laws of investigation is going to change. The laws around court proceeding and what people, it's just everything's going to shatter if he is found guilty. I think they're thinking about that. I think they're thinking, what happens in the future? How are we going to get information from these people if people could be recorded, files can be stolen, people can go on the run at the 11th hour? At the 11th hour, we still haven't caught Corey Edwards. But remember, when was that raid? He's still been on the run since the raid.
Yeah.
They went after him last Friday and then on Monday.
He's in Cuba. He's over there with Russell, what's his name? Russell Simmons in Bali,
In
Indian
Bali,
style, in
not
the escape room with his white garment on. Corey Edwards said, Russell, move over. Usher, move over. Everybody else, move over. Come on. What's going on?
I'm like, not Cuba. He said, oh shit.
Like, what are we
This is
doing? I really
insane.
feel like this is like a zip file. Like, this case was presented as a zip file. And the thumbnail of the zip file is Keefe D's book. Now, we extract all of that zip file. We don't have nothing. Like, the zip file, the files within the file is supposed to support the whole file.
Yeah. Well, Khadijah, I think, listen, Ty, Khadijah, if they close today or tomorrow, I'm sorry. I don't know what all of this for.
If they close today, I'm shutting down my YouTube account.
Are we at 1,000? Are we at 1,000 subs
No.
yet? You better not be shutting it
we got
down.
19 left. 19 left.
We need 19 subscribers to go sub up to Ty. Make sure you guys go show some love to Ty. Make
Yeah.
sure
I'm still trying to figure out how to work everything. I have a stream at 8:00 tonight Eastern Standard Time to go through the case of Mr. Jeffries.
Cool.
And the consent, I meant his state of mind, and them saying that he was going to be able to stand trial. I'm going through that.
That's insane.
So
yeah, so I just I'm wondering, I don't
join
know, man, because if they rest Ty,
Mhm.
I'm sorry, did I cut you off, Ty? I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead, baby.
I said, what if they rest today or tomorrow? Is it we're done?
They're done.
Yeah. Then the defense will go.
Mm-hmm.
Then closing arguments. Then the jury will decide. I hope Keefe D doesn't get on the stand. I
So
mean, I
this
kind of
was
would love
just
to see it because it would be hilarious. But if he knows what's good for him,
no,
he better
that would
just shut
be.
up
I don't
now.
think that would be no. Kadisha Land, I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. Mary,
I don't
save
think he
your
should
soul.
get on the stand.
I'm not even kidding. If Keefe, no, I can't do it. I was wrong, D. I've been there wrong,
I
man.
was lying.
You and then you want me to repeat that? You really want the truth? Yeah, yes, that's why we're here. We want the truth. What's going on?
No, but then
I
he'll
was
tell people you
wrong.
weren't even born yet. Like when he was telling.
That was wrong.
I'm sad to see how, because it would be best to hear it from his mouth that I was a liar. I just wanted some money, but it's really risky to play it that way. So it'll be interesting to see what they do.
I can't.
No, sir. Don't do that to that man. Don't let that man go on the stage. I could see him
because
just
the level
go
of
off.
secondhand embarrassment. It's like that meme with the green face, and he's like, it's like I can't do it, and I'm like Mr. Krabs in the Matrix. Like, what the hell is going on? I was wrong.
Oh no.
And what
Like,
gets
what?
me really is the fact that they're not having Greg Kading with the defense. That's why
That's what I
because the
want.
only reason they're doing that is because they know he's gonna get ate alive by the defense.
Yes,
because
I
as
everything
he
that?
should. Oh, I'm like, if you bring
they're not gonna. I don't think the state is going to voluntarily give Mr. Mike the rabbit in the
the
hat.
satisfaction. You're right.
I don't think
I'm
after,
telling
and
you,
that's what
man.
I'm saying. I think he messed up, and I think he showed his hand when Mr. Dorsey was up there. Although Mr. Dorsey's character could have been challenged off of Mr. Dorsey alone, I think when they entered into talking about Greg Kading, I thought the defense should have not opened that door or went down that rabbit hole and attacked his character too early to get Kading on the stand. I think that Kading was coming, but until that, if I'm the state, Kading's not coming anymore because that would be
right after
rabbit
that.
in the hat. That's exactly what I said. Did I not say that, Chad? I said they're not gonna bring him because that will be that's then after Kading, you could close arguments. You can close it down. If Kading comes, y'all can close it on down. If Kading doesn't come, don't close it down. I don't even want Suge Knight. I don't even want Suge Knight.
No,
he's gonna be promoting his book. Oh no, not Suge Knight.
That's why Suge Knight put out that statement to make sure it was a warning to prosecutors. You bring me, I'm gonna end your whole entire case. They ain't gonna touch Suge Knight. They ain't gonna touch him with a 10-foot pole.
Absolutely. A 10-foot pole.
Vanessa's.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'll take whatever I can get, honey. I don't know what you said.
Oh my God.
Just
girl, I'm like, what in the listen? Vanessa's like, gosh, Rabbit, I hate that you hate Kading. Shake my I do not like Kading. I don't like Dorsey. I'm sorry. I just do. Don't make me go on that rant because I went on a freaking 45-minute rant the last time.
That's really not fair. So we don't have no laws against recording proffers and stealing 2,700 files and just giving it to a civilian. It's crazy, guys. Why are we not
crazy
like what type of I would be interested because I do believe cases are supposed to, it's about the case, but it's also about how we shape the world going forward, right?
Yeah, you're right, Ty. But here's the deal. And to piggyback on what you're saying, right? So if you think about like Kadisha Lynn, if we talk about D4VD, right? When they were leaking the they were investigating who was leaking information from the what is it? Forensics office, the coroner's office, right?
Yeah.
If it was a person that was leaking information, this is no different. I don't see it any different. The only difference is that the person who's leaking isn't retiring. When somebody's retiring,
case files.
I
don't think he should have took them. Maybe people needed those to finish looking into the case.
When I worked in government for 10 years.
On the Cadillac Hotel last night on Netflix when I was going to sleep. Greg Kading popped up on there, and I was like, oh, heck no. I'm like, why is he in all, like, what is he
He's
doing on there?
everywhere. He made
And
a people need, they made a lot of money off of this tragedy. This wasn't like out of the kindness of his heart, guys. The guy is I'm sorry, he's a culture vulture. Okay, he really is.
I think Greg Kading did this in bad faith. I believe if he asked the department, hi, can I take the Biggie and Tupac case with me when I leave? Based off of his history, his history and his career made from his choices, do you think that the powers that be would let him walk out the building with 270 PDF files?
Dorsey lied.
Photos.
Yeah. Dorsey lied.
On a floppy disk? I don't think
Dorsey,
they would allow Mr. Canading, the conniving Kading is his name.
Yeah, and the thing is too is like Ty, honestly, y'all got to put yourselves. Maybe it's because I see a little, with that part, but also like, having worked in government, how easy accessible files are to people when stuff gets stolen or lost, and like how it could really set things up for cases. If God forbid a loved one of yours is murdered, if you've ever had, that detective decides, well, I'm gonna write a memoir of all the cases I've had, so I'm just gonna take files. You can't do that. It's not okay. And you don't even know. This is the part that I don't understand is how do we know that the reason so much ish is missing isn't because some of this stuff went with Katie? We don't even know that.
What I think they're trying to do is, wait, hold on. Didn't Compton Police Department switch over to the Sheriff's Department? Are they is that the same?
No, Kading was with LAPD. So Compton was
Biggie.
separate.
He fought against Biggie's mom, and that's the only other reason that I think his investigation was good. Don't get me wrong, but the things that he did after that fact were not okay. And the core reason, even though I assume it's not him that said, I'm going to create this, the people that put him in place were only to rule out Biggie's mother's lawsuit for wrongful death against the LAPD department.
Yeah.
He had to prove that the cops had nothing to do with killing Biggie, which I honestly do believe. But I think it came from Suge Knight. Like, I think that's another layer of why all of these people are so quiet, because that is a whole nother layer. There's gangs in this on both sides, but there is also off-duty dirty cops that are in this from both sides, whether it be Diddy's side or Suge Knight's side.
She said, y'all don't understand Kading and don't understand me. The way you fight.
Y'all don't understand Katie. I'm not trying to understand anybody that would do that. I just don't get it. I'm sorry, sir. Can you return my property back to the database?
But Mopreme, what did Kadisha in that lawsuit? Mopreme asked Katie for whatever files he had on his brother. Why wouldn't you give him?
Yeah,
why wouldn't you give him up? Because he needs his money train. And this is why I cannot respect Kading. I don't respect Dorsey. And this is why Dorsey got on his fifis right there, because he's like, I object. I object to stealing. Why? Because, bitch, you don't want to lose your credibility on your little documentary.
No, you don't want to. Okay, I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole.
I almost fell out of my chair when he said that. I was like,
you don't want to lose your baby mama. That's what's going on. You don't want to lose your baby mama.
It's a mess.
That's what's going on. You hang out with Kading, you guys are inseparable.
And if you follow like Tupac's sister and stuff, like they wholeheartedly believe, Keefe D had a part in this, but they thank everyone for covering it, by the way, because for some odd reason, there aren't a lot of people covering this. And
you notice
I love them all. And they say, they want Keefe D to obviously be found guilty, but they don't want it to stop there because they believe the same thing. There's other people that should be held responsible, maybe not just by the murder, but for how they handled this case. Greg Kading, the cops, everybody. It's so much bigger than just Keefe D. At the end of the day.
Rabbit?
No, where? There's a picture. Oh,
your baby mama.
Shit. Finesse, stop. Finesse, listen, Finesse. Because of you, Keefe D will get off. Because of us, girl, we are not there. What do you mean?
I'm not trusting anybody by the name of Finesse 3 times. Okay. You've been
Oh,
finessed your whole life, and you come up here defending people that have done evil, malicious things, not law abiding things, not upstanding citizen things. You've been finessed yourself. So your comments are finessed, your being is finessed, your thinking is finessed. You're just a finessed ass motherfucker.
I'm
So
sorry.
get out of here.
A Kading can't finesse me. Like, look at, I just like, you guys, like, this is really sad. Ultimately, you know, in all seriousness, this is really sad. And the fact that this man came here and was able to twist the narrative the way that he has done so, it's not okay. And that's what really pisses me off, is he really ran this narrative of like, I got pushed out because I was exposing the LAPD. No, sir.
I was I was wrong.
Yes. Tell the people what happened, what the federal judge say on that other RICO case that you had going on, but he doesn't talk. He gets very some kind of way. And what the reality is that he went from retirement to red carpet just because, and I feel like he was planning this. He saw the opportunity and he was planning this. Not everybody did what Kading did. He didn't have to do what he did. Russell Poole left that LAPD office upset with the LAPD. You know, he was like, I'm done with the LAPD after working there for so many years. But you didn't see, he wrote a book. A lot of people wrote books, but what Kading did was a lot more different than what a lot of these officers did.
And let me tell you something else, Babuka. Mr. Kading, you had 2,700 PDF files, and your book is still not a New York Sellers bestseller, bitch. So not only are you a failed LAPD officer, you're a failed book writer as well. And you've been finessed 2 times. Because number one, you're not even in this case, although your name has been mentioned. They don't want you here, Katie. Katie, they don't want you here. The only person that wants you here is Mr. Doorman. So Mr. Doorman wants you here because you guys are boo-ba-da-ba-bas. All right?
Oh, man. Lord have mercy, y'all. Y'all, it's all good. Finesse, as long as you keep it cute, love. You know, it's all love. We don't have to agree. I know you like Kading, and I know you like Dorsey. I don't. And I truly hope that he gets called in, because I'm so ready. Because like I said, you know, I worked in government for 10 plus years as a civil servant, civil servants, police officers, firefighters, all these people. Let me know. You want me? I worked in, you know, in these government facilities. I had access to a lot of stuff. So if ever a case came in about you, I guess I'm allowed to steal your file and then do documentaries and interviews on it. Notice how I never speak on the shit that I've done, or even cases that I've had. And I've had cases with some, so I'm very careful, because you're not supposed to do that. There's no need. That shit is private. And only that, what happens there can happen to anybody. Anybody can become a victim of a crime. Why would I want? God forbid, man. I hope that never happens to me. That's what I gotta say.
The question is, why and what does the state know or fear about Kading's testimony that they're not calling him to be a witness?
Not yet, at
credibility. His credibility will be ate up that he took those files, and it'll ruin their case, just like Suge Knight, and they're not going to risk it.
Absolutely. Credibility. That is the whole thing. Because remember, the judge said that proffer is where everything starts.
Yeah.
Kading is a very intricate piece of this whole case. And they're saying you can't come in, sister.
You could think of like, I was thinking about this too, honestly. I said, well, if there was anything positive that I felt like came out of the Kading situation, and I really thought about this, maybe there was some positive. Well, okay, it got people talking. Okay, it got people talking, but it hasn't progressed the case. It wasn't because of Kading's doing. Let's be very real. Kading wrote his book, he made his money, and then Keffe saw that and he said, I'm gonna do what Kading's doing. Don't forget what Keffe says at the very end of the book. Who does he attack first? Kading. Because what does he say that Kading did? Kading went up here and did a bunch of interviews and said that Keffe gave him the permission to go ahead and I said, wait a minute, you talk about somebody who supposedly is an OG, right? Shot caller. A shot caller is going to agree with you putting his name out there and releasing recordings. Like, Were we born yesterday?
You would have to tell him that you recorded him. That doesn't even make any sense.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think Katie's a lie.
Yeah, I got Keefe D's permission, but you didn't have his permission. Everything is bad faith. I can't trust people like this. You didn't have his permission to record him. So why do you need his permission to do whatever you're going to do? And just like Mr. Dorsey, he don't feel like the property that he had in his possession on his phone was not his. He's saying, I didn't need permission to record. Yes, you did, because in the next following sentence, you said when the people was reaching out for the information that Paramount had to give clearance for you to give it.
Well, and there you go. Okay, and then here's the other thing too, Kadisha. You can't compare when you made that comparison. Well, I've dealt with detectives that take their files. You know, we were dealing with Ted, but Ted Bundy is not the Tupac case. Like, what? Even when he said that, I was like, I'm cringing. Like,
Yeah.
thank God I'm not a lawyer.
Like, there's
because I
not
would've-
any more bad police in the world that do that other than Greg Kading.
Right. Oh yeah, right. But just because you did it, just because Kadisha Lynn does it, I did it too. And you know, it's normal. No, it's illegal. Anybody that does it is like, come on, we have to side eye this type of behavior. Like, why? Just the cultural thugs around this, like the stealing of stories and grief and pain and the streets and the struggle and just the monetization of it all is just disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
It's just disgusting, bro. It's just disgusting.
Well,
bunny gang.
And then I rock, I said, actually, Kading said he told Keefe he was going to make the book and get a lawyer. That's what supposedly Kading went up there and told Keefe. I said, yeah, I don't believe that shit. You know, I don't believe that it went down the way that he said it. You know what I mean?
I don't think Kading has the balls to approach Keefe D and tell him, when you've already started off on the wrong side of the foot, I don't believe it is in him to even stand up and admit to what he did. I don't even think he thinks he did anything wrong.
I don't think he does. I don't think he does. And that's the scary part, at least for me, that I feel like this is just pretty scary overall.
Now,
but
Kading, I don't want to see no YouTube videos, little Miss Mamas. I don't want to see no YouTube videos, you sitting up with your little old ass. I don't want to see you sitting up. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it after this case.
There you go. They might do a documentary though, but I didn't know that it was Dorsey who ran the Murder Raps channel on YouTube. So.
Oh, absolutely. And did they pat Dorsey down at the trial? He probably was recording that damn trial while he was on his stand. Who are we bringing today, guys? Who are they bringing today?
Well, that's what I want to know. Where
is this a half a day? What are we doing? I promise you,
reviewing evidence.
If there is another book reference, if there's another recording with this yellow screen, and no, because the yellow screen is trickery, right? Because we can't, like, it's not like an audiobook where we can hear every word. We literally have to follow line by line. We're crazy, right? Everybody at this point, if you're still watching this case, you're crazy, right? So we're here. We're in it now. Now we're looking at this ticker. Everybody's looking at the top. Like, when are we going to get to the end of this debauchery? Like, what is going on here?
Yeah. I personally feel like, I don't know, man. I just don't like the feeling that like multiple sources are now saying that they're going to arrest today or tomorrow. I just feel like what that
you want
is
my prediction?
Huh?
I think they are going to arrest it, and I think they actually might probably arrest it with do the YouTube videos that he did after the book, after all of that, because that's the most recent, and then end it right after that. That's my prediction, if they do arrest this early on what they're going to do.
You know how much shit the state is going to get, though, from commentators? Like, they're going to get, I'm sorry, they just, Mr. Binu and Mr. DiGiacomo, I think that's his name. Yo, they're going to get a lot of shit.
Do you know how many tomatoes the building is going to have after me and the bunnies go down there?
Be too much. Too much. This
is going to give a Rotten Tomato good 30%. Like, we did all of this work. And first of all, the grand jury reading and transcript was better than this case.
Yeah.
The transcript of the grand jury was more promising than the state's case, ladies and gentlemen.
So here's the question that I have, right? With regards to the transcript,
Take this picture down, Rabbit. Take this picture down.
I'll take it down. I felt like I was duped.
Yeah.
From the
I want my money back. I'm going to forward my Pacer account to the state of Nevada.
I felt like I was duped. I'm gonna call Pablo and be like, Pablo, take your transcripts back, sir. I want to read.
We don't
It's
want
all
them
Pablo's
anymore.
fault.
It's all Pablo's fault. All the arguing with the court reporter and the stuff that what were you here for that, Kadisha? I was like going back and forth with Pablo.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was crazy. Take your transcripts back. No, but I do feel like the transcript led me to believe that there was evidence.
Something else.
There was something
more
else
than what we actually. I think. I'm like, I don't know what we're grabbing for. I don't know what we're grabbing for.
Well, and First Liberty says, grand juries are different because the questions aren't as restricted by the rules of evidence. Witnesses say things that may not be allowed at trial. Yeah, that's true. You get to ask. You have to be. I know that there was a redirect on that, but in the witness grand juries, like I remember, Dirt Rock was running. He was saying all kinds of things and everything, and he was saying about the chain being stolen, that never came up again. About the mall fight, like he described it like he was there too. Now I wonder whether he was there or not.
Somebody said finesse is Caden.
Huh? Wait,
somebody said conspiracy of the day, finesse is Caden.
Oh, y'all are crazy. Okay, like Dirt Rock saying Dre was the shooter. Yeah, remember in the grand jury transcripts, Dre told Dirt Rock that Dre was the shooter. That because of the way in which Baby Lane was positioned, that there was no way that he would have been able to have shot. And he's actually right. We don't even know if Baby Lane was the one that shot.
I also wonder why Trayvon Lane is like running and they're tracking his phone. Because if you watch that Phil Carson, that whole documentary, which you showed a piece the other day of, there's a part in that where they basically say like the chain snatching story was a lie. And that's the part that I sent you of Frank Alexander saying that he said it under perjury and like he could get in trouble for that.
Yes. And then they tried to get him to say it another time. And he said he wasn't saying that again. I remember that. I do remember that. That came up on my timeline for sure.
I think no matter what happens at the end of the day, this case is probably just going to keep going. Like, not the actual case, but like what happened to Tupac for even longer.
Sure. This question,
like another 30 years.
Yeah, that question was not even a topic of discussion. The like I said, I don't even think that's the reason why we're here. Based off of what I know, based off of what I'm seeing and what I'm witnessing, this is crazy. This is a mess.
You're like, we can't no more. Suge swears and always says Pac was his little brother, but he won't do the right thing and in all of this. But I think Isaiah, if he does, it would implicate him because I don't think it's just about Tupac. I think it's just like at one point it was just about Tupac until it became bigger. And what I mean by that at some point, he kind of, he kind of made deals with the devil with some of these individuals, right? Like paying certain folks and stuff like that. And knowing that these folks had things in place and stuff. All of this just became too dark. So he would be implicated because ultimately he was the one with the money. Out of everybody, if you think about it, he's the one that was with the money, right? He was able to get Tupac out of jail and buy a house and everything. But he would implicate himself way too much. Did you ever see the Frank Alexander interview? Yes, we did in 2013. That guy looks like he was dealing with a lot of guilt, Frank Alexander.
So sad.
Yeah. So even if this man is convicted, I don't know if I feel like justice has been served. Because like I said, I feel like there's just too many involved. You know.
It doesn't end with Keefe D.
Let me run and get my water real quick. Okay, I'll be right back.
No, Khadisha Lynn, it doesn't. It begins with Keefe D.
Yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. If like prosecutors are really wanting to go by Keefe D's words, which in Nevada is, they can bring cases like that. It's even worse in Nevada based off the law that I've looked up for whatever reason. Then why aren't you taking, and that would be my only question as a juror, okay, we're taking his word for this, then why isn't Diddy in here? Because how many times has Diddy been named by every single witness? And I wasn't really expecting that. I thought prosecutors were really going to try to stay away from that, and they don't. It's kind of odd.
Right. I'm like, is anybody going to challenge the Diddy word? Like, I didn't know that we were still saying that word in 2026. I'm like, that's touchy, guys. I'm not sure if we want to go down that rabbit hole and open that door, but he is definitely established in the index of this case.
Yeah, and I think jurors will have I think that'll be one of the questions on their mind. Okay, if we were to take Keefe D for his word, the only other person left that he keeps putting in that place is Tupac. So if he's getting charged for what he's saying Diddy also did, then why isn't Diddy here as well? I think they'll think about that. I really do.
Well, if they rest their case today, they're not thinking at all.
No, it'll be disappointing. There's a lot of people, like another one that I was thinking of, and they said at the beginning, based off somebody I saw, they were still talking about trying to get Foxy Brown in there. That would be another person.
Foxy Brown,
were you there that night or no?
Foxy Brown ain't gonna be able to. She needs to figure out why she was 18 in a car with a 35-year-old rolling around Las Vegas with pews in the car, girl. That's my question to Hello Fast Patel. Ingrid.
Yeah. I mean, she hung around with Jay-Z and them young too. Foxy did. So, I mean, that part, I guess, really doesn't surprise me too much that she was around.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. That's interesting that you said that, because guess what? They said yesterday that they didn't ping certain individuals. They said they didn't ping Foxy Brown. They didn't try to subpoena. Wait, where's the paper at? Who did they say, Chad, yesterday?
I remember Foxy. I can't remember who else. I remember Foxy. Which I'm like, that would be like another main person you would want to have in here to corroborate what Keefe D's saying.
They didn't give a compelling order to Big Meech of Atlanta. They didn't give a compelling order to Suge Knight. They didn't give a compelling order to Foxy Brown. Why are we not having compelling? They didn't give a compelling order to Diddy. I don't give a damn if you locked up, girl. Stop walking the yard and bring your ass to Las Vegas. Let's talk about this hit. Hello? You don't. But guess what, Diddy? You don't want to walk on it. You don't want to dance on this hit, but you want to dance on all of your artists' hit from Bad Boy years ago. You want to be a part of all this hit, but you don't want to be a part of this hit. I don't know. We need the producer Diddy on this hit to dance in a video. Come on, dance on this video, Diddy. Come on. Daddy,
Diddy, come to the front. Diddy, trial round 2.
It didn't stop him from dancing even after that. If anything, it made him even dance more. He was just
dancing down a damn hallway to the hotel, a disgrace.
He's like, I'm dancing, I'm getting the baby oil.
Did you guys see Nancy Grace's video that she did like yesterday? Diddy,
about
we're
what?
coming
She's
for
always talking
you.
about his Tootsie Roll.
She said, Diddy, we're coming for you. She was
oh my gosh.
I could do Nancy Grace for a little bit. I could do Nancy. And look at me. That's so ironic. I'm saying I can't do Nancy Grace, and I know somebody's saying, bitch, I can't do you.
No,
but I don't give a fuck.
Nancy Grace neither. Like the stuff that she says makes me so mad because she's just not right a lot of the time, but she's funny.
That's Nancy all day.
All day.
Nancy's iconic.
She does the most. She really does. But I think she gets a kick out of it. You know, it's
this is
theatrics for her.
Here I am talking about Nancy Grace, and I dressed up in a whole fucking bunny outfit yesterday. Like, who am I to talk? You gotta do what you gotta do.
But you have to do the most. You know, I mean, that's how Nancy Grace has kept her audience. You have to do the most.
Infotainment. Infotainment. This is what it is. Entertainment and information conjoined together without the media's telling you. I wouldn't be able to do what I did yesterday on primetime Fox 5 News.
It's too much. You
Crazy.
said
Somebody has to spew something up.
if Orlando did it, it wasn't for Diddy. Was Katie going to share the money with Orlando, with Keefe D? Had he got it? I doubt that. If Orlando did it, it wasn't for Diddy. Huh.
Yeah, how would they would have split that money up?
That's what I'm saying. I didn't think prosecutors were really going to bring Diddy in as much as they did. I thought that they were only going to focus on it was a retaliation for the MGM. So when I kept hearing Diddy's name come up, like the alleged hit at all, that's just Keefe D's words. I was kind of like, wow, I thought this was something that they were not going to show the whole interview, that it was not going to mention it. I was really shocked, even though we know Diddy has been named, dropped a million times when it comes to Tupac. I thought prosecutors were really going to try to leave that part out. Because that's how they work. Stuff like that, they try to leave out.
Yeah, they probably said in the office room, yeah, we're not going to touch it. This comes up, actually, guys, we're not going to mention this. And they just been just.
Well, you notice the poll numbers. Will Keefe D be found guilty? 46% said yes, and 54% said no.
That's very bad. That's bad. That's a hung jury right there. Do you understand that? If we were the jury, 46 and 54 is a hung jury. Do you believe one person doesn't believe any of this bullshit?
It's insane.
It's sad because this is a long time coming, and then we're here for justice for Tupac, but then it's like we also need to be here that the state, for the reason that hoping that the state produces a great case. So we only get justice if the state and all the procedural things work in the state's favor. It's just all over the place.
Well, you guys have been giving commentary about this on your channel. I mean, what is some of the craziest comments you guys have gotten about this?
Well, I ain't got no channel. I'm trying to establish my channel.
You got a channel. Stop. You haven't got any.
Thank you so much for my supporters. I love you guys.
Thank you.
But I just, what we say.
Mine probably comes like, I feel like people are mixed. A lot of people actually on mine, especially my TikTok, think like, well, he didn't shut up. This is why we're here. I think the same way. Like, why did he keep saying this then? And then people were really intrigued yesterday by the scrapbook. And that had a lot of comments like, what in the world? And I don't
It was. I would describe it as a scrapbook too.
Yeah, that's what they said at the scrapbook with all the articles. People kept commenting that it was a killer's trophy. Like, the obsession was crazy to have all this stuff and still have it. Like, I don't know why I wasn't thinking of it like trophies. I was just like, kind of like, what the hell?
I thought about it like trophies.
And
they're
that's
literally trophies.
Like everybody was
talking
the same thing. Like, this is really weird now. Like, to me, like, that's what everybody kept saying. This is really weird. Like, why does he have all this stuff? Why did he keep all this stuff? Like,
absolutely. And knowing what we know about the bond hearing, and that Cash Jones, WAC 100, was trying to get him to sign over some rights to a television. Now we see a script at the search raid, right? Seemingly telling his story.
But my problem is, I look at that scrapbook as both ways. Yes, it could be a trophy, and I hate to even say this. This is the only part that I started to have a little bit of like doubt, but at the same time, not, because of how some of them were right after it happened. You know what I mean? So that was kind of odd to me. And that was the only thing that kind of moved me more towards my other theory, that was, did he just keep getting these articles to read all of it and have as much details as he could, and then he filled in the blanks?
So confirmation bias. So you can have a little bit of confirmation bias depending on what you think actually happened. Is what?
Yeah, you get what I mean. That was the other thought, and I was like,
because that's valid. That's valid. Very valid.
You know, it's interesting you guys say that, because like, and I was thinking about, okay, I think maybe I'm just like in my mind, I'm like, I'm so done thinking about scrapbooks, because you know what I think about, Kadisha? Remember when we were covering the Diddy trial, and the one assistant who made a scrapbook for Diddy
Yeah.
under I
What?
was like, that girl with the lip gloss, and she had like a YouTube video, and everybody, oh my, that trial was
Yeah,
a
and who was
mess.
that? I think DJ Academics outed her. Somebody outed her. I
Man,
remember.
who wasn't DJ Academics? That's the thing about academics. It's like, how the hell do you sit there outing, and then you're putting diseases on Daphne Joy, and then you dating Daphne Joy?
Dater.
I'm like, what in the community is going on?
Take this back. Wait, what's
I
that?
was like, wait a minute. I swear to God, you didn't even let the year go by before you allegedly hit that. But you over here talking about she got diseases, she been passed around, and Peter Nightgar and all this shit. I'm
That
like,
tells you
He
that
watched that
literally
freak-off tape and was interested.
Oh,
I was
no.
horrified. I was like, what am I?
the point that he put that on Daphne Joy and then later on got with her tells you exactly what type of person he is and the pool of women
Yes.
he does not have.
I agree.
He's the type of man that gets next to people that get girls that doesn't get the girls.
You know, yeah.
And he slandered these people during the Diddy trial. You ain't no victim. You ain't no victim. Now I like you. Now I want to talk to you.
Yeah,
I'm
that
like,
was so
what?
weird. That I was like, Daphne, this man put a whole disease on you and all kinds of things. And
Which
But
don't
she's a
get
pick
me
me.
wrong. Like my bias, I kind of really didn't view Daphne as so much of a victim compared to Cassie. Cassie, 110%. Daphne, I had different feelings, but I kept my feelings out of it. Like, this is her story, not mine. Then I seen that video, and then I'm like, yeah, you know, I think that just validated everything that I thought back in the day.
literally,
I'm like, she cannot say she wasn't looking right at that fucking video. She was looking right at it.
I said, I don't know, man. That girl just. Anyway, let me stop. Let me. So where I was going at is it reminded me of the scrapbook, but it's interesting because a lot of the articles that he had were in bins, right? So, and it wasn't just about Tupac. It was about Biggie. It was about somebody by the name of Kelvin or Kevin Anderson. Like, anything pertaining to like conflict,
Yeah.
beef, and stuff like. It was like he was keeping these mementos, right? Of things that had happened in the past. And to me, if it's not explained, I used to keep well, this is when I was a kid. He wasn't a kid, but I used to be keeping articles of like things that, back then when I used to cut newspapers all the time, and then I'd put them in books and stuff like that. That's what I would do. But yeah. Hey, Super Science Snacks, how are you?
Hello.
Oh, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Uh-oh. You sound like
Wait,
you're
can
in
you
the
hear me?
mountains.
In the mountains? Hold on.
Okay, there you are.
I just heard in the mountains.
I was like, are you in the mountains? What are your thoughts? We talking about all kinds of things. Are you on the camera? Look at you.
Yeah, I'm on camera.
Shout out to you.
Um,
You never show your face. You got that Dragon Ball
Yeah.
Z thing, y'all. Shout out to Super Science Snacks.
I feel like this has been a mess. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's been a mess.
Do you think
Shout
he's
out to
gonna
you
get
though for
convicted?
covering this. I think he's gonna get convicted, yeah. But I feel like he's covering for somebody for sure.
Say more.
Well, like we don't know who really did it, but I feel like he's covering for. I don't want to say Diddy because then the chat's gonna say something, but I feel like he's covering for somebody for sure. I don't know who for, but I feel like he's covering for somebody.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
Yeah. What did you think of Robert Ladd's testimony yesterday? Did you watch that?
No, I didn't. What you say?
He said a lot.
Oh,
Right.
okay. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. But like, what was something that stuck out that he said, or did he say anything crazy?
Well, what did he, man, where did I get stuck? Well, man, I had like a moment where I'm like, am I being gaslit? Was when the defense asked him about the Lakewood Mall incident. And then it come to find out is that Robert Ladd wrote about it in his book with Tim Brennan, right? And other people have quoted this Lakewood incident, but it turns out we don't even have any reports. Like outside of that, we don't have anything. We don't.
So
And it happened somewhere outside of Compton. So
Mhm.
you can't even say that it was his jurisdiction. Like he would have never read anything. It was just a rumor that was going around with the game unit. So we have nothing to
so
substantiate this.
so you're telling me
Super
that
is.
they went to
Yeah, I'm scared of the trap.
the Lakewood Mall and tore up the place to the point where they had to renovate it, and there's no police report?
Yep.
I don't feel like that's a real. I don't feel like that really happens. Is there evidence of that happening?
Of what?
Of the mall incident that he just brought up?
Well, and let's be very clear, which is what Kadisha said earlier. Robert Ladd's testimony is like considered legal, right? Like he doesn't need to show his testimony as an expert and all this other stuff. Like former officer, is enough for the jury to take as credible, right? The issue becomes is that if Robert Ladd didn't see anything with his own eyes, then what do you make of that? The Lakewood Mall incident where supposedly the chain was broken, or not broken, but taken, right? That situation happened. That Lakewood
Yeah.
Mall incident, apparently there is no police report. And it didn't happen in the vicinity of Compton. It happened in the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department vicinity, that jurisdiction. So Robert Ladd would have never responded to that because it wasn't in his jurisdiction. But he says he heard about it. Now you had Dirt Rock, who also repeated the same thing. Now, why this is important is because this was said to have been the catalyst to what happened at the MGM Grand, to what happened at the Tupac shooting, right? That you
Right.
took somebody's chain, and that's like the highest level of disrespect as a gang member.
Oh yeah, that is. But everybody's writing on each other in proffers and voluntary statements. Got it.
There's that.
And getting paid by Haida.
But then we have to ask one more question. If
Yep.
it's not true, well, then why did Tupac go like that so quickly right to Orlando Anderson is the only other problem. Like, what happened for him? There had to be something that made him feel that way because he was
To
gone
get
in a split
him.
second.
What made him identify him right away?
Tupac
Why
to get
Orlando
paid,
Anderson?
that's what I'm saying. Why, if there was something had to happen for Tupac to run up to Orlando Anderson like that. So if it wasn't the chain, what had happened?
So I could give a little insight on that.
You were there?
No, I wasn't. No, I'm just saying.
Ty, you weren't even there. None of us were
Yeah,
there.
No,
We were
but
in
that was
kindergarten.
funny. But from what I know, from what other people have said, is that apparently in somebody in Death Row's gang, Death Row's people, their chain got robbed months before by the same guy. And the reason that Tupac went to go beat up that specific guy is because that's the guy that robbed someone from Death Row Records. And he knew of the guy, but he wasn't present. So Tupac, I guess, felt like he had to prove himself with that. And that's why you see that footage like that. So, yeah.
I don't believe Foot Locker will let you come in and rearrange their store and there not be an incident report. I just don't
but
believe
Foot
that.
Locker don't have crazy security though. It's Foot Locker. They don't
You
have
come
like,
in my Super Saiyan. You come in my store and Super Saiyan my mother store, and you're telling me I'm not calling the mall cop to come and write an incident report? You're
There's
going
no
to jail.
mall-
yeah, but
Super
see,
Saiyan.
There was
you
nothing.
have courage though. Not everybody has courage. There's some people that just stand there and watch. There's
It's
some
not
people
about
that just
courage.
stand
This
there
is
and
a
watch.
procedure
The
that I
way
have
that
to
they
do.
Tupac just
described
told
it.
them to get out, like stopped it, and then was like, "Get out."
Yeah, but all right,
That's
but
what
let's
it
be
was
real
described
though.
as.
Whenever
Yeah,
you
like,
see a
okay,
fight
guys.
on the street or an event take place and it's at a public venue, unless there's security there, most workers are gonna just please like say stop or say, but that ain't gonna do nothing, especially if people are really about it. That's not gonna do nothing.
So you're
I'm gonna
saying there's
pull.
no incident report that the workers in the store have to make?
Nope. No, I'm
I
not.
mean,
We're not
I never
saying
worked
that.
for
There
Foot Locker, so
wasn't.
I don't
It
know.
doesn't exist.
I
Any
don't know.
store you work for, if there's a brawl in the store, so you saying your general manager, your regional manager can come in and say, "Oh yeah, it's just a fight in the store. Where's the documentation?"
They didn't.
I
But
mean,
Ty, they didn't bring the documentation. This would have been the time, right? You put up or shut up at this point, right? Where is the documentation? Where's the police report? Because the discrepancy is this. Dirt Rock gets on the grand jury and he says that this is what led for his house to be raided, which meant that he wasn't even able to go to the fight in Vegas. See what I'm saying? So it's like there's a discrepancy in a lot of things, but you're right. There is no report. But if they had to rebuild the Foot Locker, because that's what they said they had to do.
Where you getting that insurance money from when you claim the last one a loss? If it was never an incident report to begin with.
That part is kind of sketchy to me. Why would you have to rebuild the whole Foot Locker?
That's what they
remodel
said.
it, sister. They had to remodel it.
Like, it didn't sound like it was anything that crazy when whatever his name was testifying about.
Well,
I
let
don't
me
know,
let me
like,
read
what?
you. Let me read you what it had said. Hold up, because I had dropped the Biggie files on the Discord.
They weren't like, popping off, were they, in the mall? I don't think so. What do you remodeling?
They said
Yes.
they rearranged Dirt Rock. You pulling up Dirt Rock?
So they popped shots off.
They were at the mall. The story goes like this, and even Keefe writes it in his book. He says that he had sent his people. There was Keefe was, he was like the Peter Pan of the situation because, even though he was doing the trafficking, he was still giving money to everybody. That's what's being said. So he was sending this kid off to college or something. He was buying this kid clothes, and so he had the set kind of go with him to Foot Locker. Okay. And they were out there. They noticed somebody from death row at the same Foot Locker because they were wearing the chain. And so that's when the stuff started. It goes back and forth. They're yelling at each other. And it gets physical. And they got out of there before the police got there. That's what was said. But let me. I don't want to make up words. I'm gonna see if I can pull Dirt Rock's own grand jury testimony, which they didn't even get into here, right? In terms of the state witness question. Hold up. Foot
So
Locker.
wait, are you guys trying to say that it's official because there's paperwork, or you're trying to say we don't know if it happened because there's no paperwork?
There's no paperwork.
The latter.
Yeah, so I don't feel like it happens. That's just how I feel. I just feel like you guys don't believe nothing Suge says, so why would you believe anything Keefe says, regardless if he wrote a book on it or not?
That's true. That is true. Wasn't he the first witness? He wasn't, was he? How come I can't find it? Hold up, y'all. I'm looking for Dirt Rock's own statement. We got 41 minutes before the hearing starts. Just letting everybody know. Hold up. Man, if Katie comes up, I'm gonna need a bag of popcorn or something because I'm ready for this one.
After Kaden comes, I'm done. If Kaden comes, I'm done.
We need him to come though. Like, I feel like because also it's important that his dirty deeds be aired out too. To me, like, yeah, it would
On the
help
record.
prosecutors, but also, like
record.
Tupac's family said, they think Keefe D is involved, but also other people need to be held accountable for how this whole thing was handled. Whoever had anything to do with it, everybody collectively needs to go down for this. But this is where we start.
Absolutely. Kaden needs to be aired out on the motherfucking record in front of his girlfriend. And I'm telling you, he needs to be embarrassed today.
Yep. Okay, finally, I found it. All right, so let's talk about search. Foot Locker. Foot Locker. Here it is. Mentioned 3 times in the grand jury transcripts. Okay. So he gets asked question, and as a result of this whole brawl occurs, he answers, yeah, we were full fighting in the mall. People screaming, running. It spilled over into the Foot Locker. They had to rebuild the whole Foot Locker. They had to rebuild it. It was tore up. We were battered. We were bruised, battered. It was a real fight. Then the question goes into, the next question is, so how does that situation end? He answers, it don't. Question, at some point, you all leave the Foot Locker. So how does that end? He answers, no, yeah, because a sheriff came and we basically outnumber who came. Okay, then he further goes, so they just was like, they didn't arrest anybody. They didn't arrest anybody there. They just like, get out of here. Of course, they're going to do their homework later, but they just wanted us to get out of there. You know what I mean? So we did. We went our separate ways and got in the car. And, of course, we were calling up, telling homies in the neighborhood to watch out. We just got into it with these guys. We got into this. We got this death row chain. They're coming. Okay. So then it goes. So I want you to talk a little bit more about that. Okay. This is Dia Giacomo is the one that's asking the questions to Dirt.
Oh, Picklewicker.
Yeah, the beer. Man, I wonder if he was doing that during that time.
Hey, Super Saiyan, do you pick your beard like Picklewicker? Or no? That's not something that you do. I'm just wondering because I don't have a beard.
So I cut my beard really low because I do like auditions and stuff. So I don't really ever like it grows super quick, but I don't let it get to that length. And when it is that length, nah, I don't do that. That's weird.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Maybe he needs some conditioner, some beard wash or something. I don't know.
Cause something. The only concern is like the health concern. I'm like, sir, you looking for a staph infection. You keep picking, you could open up something and then you touching the desk. I mean, I'm just thinking
it might be a nervous tick. He might do that as like a nervous tick,
I mean, he's nervous. The guy's nervous. So that's what they said about the Foot Locker. Now, yeah, this is the part that really gets interesting, right? Because after the Foot Locker, they get into the MGM situation. He says that they can't go because they raided. His house was raided over the Foot Locker situation.
Oh,
so there's got to be some documentation that says that, because here it is. Look at this. He says, question 14. Now, did you go to Vegas that weekend? They get into the weekend of where Tupac was murdered. He answers no. He says, no, I was supposed to go there, but we got raided for fighting stuff, in the Lakewood Mall. And I got caught in that little web, so I didn't get to attend, he says.
Web. So you're saying web, fight, warrant, raid. So you would need a warrant. You would need evidence to even get a warrant to raid, but there's no evidence of the event.
Here's where I'm going to push back on that. In 1996, around this time, they had, and I was explaining this earlier, so there was a lot of street intelligence, right? Like they were picking people up and raiding homes by bypassing certain parts of procedures. So it wouldn't surprise me if they just raided and didn't have a warrant. They just raided because they were looking to see by word of mouth who was at the fight and who was fighting.
But can't you raid informants' place whenever you get ready when they're an informant anyway?
We also dealt with a level of corruption with the officers back in that time too. So you have to remember that it was really
everybody wasn't playing by the book.
So they did what they wanted to do, basically.
Well,
so there's no paperwork.
Okay, Sheeta, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Just to pick your brain, right? Do you think a cop would set up, or a crooked cop would set up that story about the Foot Locker?
Yeah, I do. And I'm only interested in the story of that because of the Phil Carson stuff. Because Frank Alexander had talked about it, something about saying something about the Foot Locker, and it was perjury. So that's why I'm kind of interested about the whole thing, and like, why was it such a big deal that they were scared to like say whatever they said about it? And then also I like remember the rumor about Diddy being involved with snatching the chains, and we didn't hear that at all. So that's the thing that I'm most interested in.
Diddy been snatching shit since he came out the womb. He needs to stop snatching stuff. Keep your hands to yourself.
We haven't heard that at all.
You're always snatching something.
I don't believe he was. I don't believe.
So I was thinking, like, who's the one that started that rumor, and like why that's never been said on the stand at all by anybody that's talked about the chain. So I'm like, who started that?
I also think, side note, right, since we're talking about this, like, I think that some of these officers, crooked cops specifically, they thrived in this beef between these,
they pocketed
bloods.
Yeah,
they loved it because of it. Back then that's how policies were created. That's how rap music kills or yada yada. And I'm not trying to downplay the situation, because I mean I remember this time, I'm not saying that it was the most safest time to be out and about, but I feel like they totally would utilize the Bloods and the Crips to kind of play against each other for that. And what does that do? It creates more units, more gang units, more
and get this rabbit. It also increases their budget.
Yeah,
Because of the
exactly.
need of enforcement within that region. And then you have grants like HIDA that pay the informants, but your space in your area needs to be deemed as a crime area. And so, like, there've been a lot of people. They've been benefiting from this. They've been benefiting from the sufferings of marginalized people since the beginning of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's why I'm like, I don't think that. I mean, to me, it goes back to who introduced, Coca-Cola, all this stuff that I'm like, yeah, I think
The
you just
same
have to have.
person that introduced Govina.
Well,
Hey
anyway,
guys,
so
I am about to jump off here so I can start getting ready for them to start. So I will tap
yes.
back in with you guys and maybe
My
we can talk again.
Gadisha.
Bye. Love you guys.
Bye, Kadisha. Yeah, so I guess we'll see, man. I'm curious to know how all of this is gonna go down. You know what I mean? It really does. Jay Millie, why do you Mutula didn't confirm what exactly? Stop.
About the
Stop.
Diet Coke can. Wait, what?
Just they,
Mutulu confirmed what? That Tupac is alive and you like
honey, he was on that thing at the autopsy. Everybody was there, girl.
Listen, this is how I feel. When I say that, it's not out of disrespect. You know,
Lord.
that's in my heart, but we know he's gone. We know he's gone. That's just deep in my heart somewhere. I wish that was true, but it's not true. It's not
You
true.
wish Tupac was alive?
Yeah, for
Of
sure.
course. Can you
For sure.
imagine how things would be different, right? Like in so many ways, I think. I
But
think
you
he was
know,
just so ahead of
when people
time.
do talk about him faking his death and everything, I do want people to understand that are into criminal like investigating and all of that. When you fake your death, it is illegal. So
Mhm.
if he did do that, I don't get why people ask, "Oh, where is he?" Not, he's not gonna reveal himself because you would be arrested for that. That's
Absolutely.
actually against the law to do because then you don't have to worry about tax. You don't. There's a lot you don't have to worry about once you do that. So,
It's
So that's why
it's too many
people just
people though. Yeah, it's too
but
many
yeah,
people.
for
Like
sure.
there's a woman out here who's talking about that Tupac is her we've talked about this one woman so many times. She's been exposed for lying that Tupac is her dad, and Tupac. I'm like, Lord, you look like you know
So who's
you're
her
not
mother then?
who. That's what
Who?
I want to know because I mean, the lady's already been exposed. Her mom's been interviewed here. I don't even remember her name. She's just so irrelevant, but she inserts herself in. Between Tupac being her dad and Diddy doing this, and I'm like, you weren't even old enough, but okay, girl, whatever. I don't know. I don't know.
I think this conversation is going to be more interesting than what we are going to see in case today.
I agree.
But
I
I mean,
agree.
okay, so what do you guys think the verdict will be after this is all wrapped up? What will be the verdict for Keefe?
It's going to be a hung jury.
I think it's gonna. I don't know. I feel like the more stuff that gets added on is just unnecessary padding, and people that had nothing to do with that night, and like all these investigators, all these young people that I like to say, all these younger people. I feel like they need more people like the witnesses we had yesterday that actually knew him or were actually in contact with him. Because that's the only time we see Keefe have some type of expression is when it's someone that might have been around him that like around that last week of his life. Because who was the uncle that was up there? I forgot that guy's name. The one that said that he's gonna take his grandchildren and leave or whatever. Y'all remember who I'm talking about?
Mob James.
Yeah, the bald headed guy with the glasses, the older guy.
Yeah, with 4 teeth.
Yeah, him.
Yeah.
Yeah, him. I felt like he got a reaction out of Keefe D. He had the strongest reaction out of Keefe D. If you watch somebody's body language, he looked nervous. I feel like that's the only time.
We have another person here in the backstage. Let me put a little marker here, just make sure. Please don't come up here showing your goodies, but shout out to you. Is it Toya?
Yes.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay.
I just
Thank you.
wanted to. Oh, yes. Thank you for having me. Hi, chat.
Yeah.
Hey.
I'm just wondering if there was this fight, right, in the mall, and the
Yeah.
police were called.
Mhm.
Wouldn't the mall itself or the owners of the Foot Locker be required to do a report?
Required is the
So,
word.
so my thing is either it didn't happen, like you said, or somebody buried the report. And so the jury will not be able to use that information if there's no proof of it ever happening. They won't be able to consider it
Mhm.
in the whole
Absolutely.
scheme of it contributing to the night that he passed away. So I think there's something that's missing. There's something that connects all of this stuff together that we haven't heard yet. And to be honest, I'm not even sure that they have it. That's my little 2 cents.
I'm not sure if they have it either. Like
I
you said,
agree.
I believe there has to be a report. You're required to give a report for insurance purposes. How are we getting
Right.
money? First of all, Foot Locker is knocking on the mall's door like, okay, this happened on your property. We have insurance, but you have insurance as well. We need to figure out how we're going to get this Foot Locker rebuild. Are we relocating? Like, how are we establishing what we are going to do going forward if we don't have no starting point?
Right. And how would they have been able to submit a claim to have the
And
store remodeled with no police report?
And Tola, they said that the damn Foot Locker was a regular Foot Locker and it got changed to a World Foot Locker.
Consider the source,
remember
though.
the guy back in the day with the World Foot Locker? That's a big
And let's
Consider
not
the
act like
source.
Death Row was the Avengers or something, and they got super strange. Let's not act like that. For it to be remodeled that much,
It's not
that's
adding up all the way for me.
Consider the
yeah.
source, though. Think about this, okay? We can't even confirm if the Foot Locker was torn up. We can't even
Right.
confirm if it was remodeled. We can't confirm that it happened or didn't happen. That's where the attorney was going at yesterday. We can't confirm anything because the way it's been said, even from Dirt Rock's own words, he said that this happened. I believe that it happened, but we can't confirm it because there's
So
no
you're
Right.
thinking
report.
they're lying about it, or they're withholding information.
One or the
Yeah,
other.
I
And
Either
if,
one
if
definitely
goes down
nothing can
that
be
road.
confirmed,
They're
then how can
withholding.
you convict him if they can't confirm half the information? The jury, if I'm a jury in there with all these different stories, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be hung because I don't know
I'm
what's
hung.
true, what was true when, or if at all.
Mhm.
No,
Not
I
saying
agree
he,
with
I mean, I
with
agree
her.
with you, Rabbit. I think it's multiple people, and I think justice isn't going to be served even if Keefe D is convicted because it's like a domino effect. If he's
Yeah.
convicted, then you have to hold other people accountable.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it feels like you're right. That's everything. Everybody accountable because we're talking about. I get it. It wasn't like Robert Ladd was in the car or anything like that, right? If we're going to make it that way, but procedurally, it just seems like there was a lot of failures. If we could have
Right.
solved this 2-3 years shortly after it happened, what world of a difference would it have made as far as evidence goes?
So,
What
Rebecca, can I
what are
ask
we
you a
doing
question?
now? Yes.
Was that story just released about the Foot Locker, or has that been a well-known thing?
It's been a well-known thing. I mean, Keefe wrote it in his book. It's been talked about because that was the catalyst of Death Row got their chain stolen,
Yeah,
right?
that was the
Trayvon
catalyst.
Martin.
Right.
Because a lot of people were thinking that it started at the casino, but then there were people that said no, it didn't start at the casino. It actually started a couple months before at the Lakewood Mall.
Interesting.
So, where's the Lakewood
There are
Mall
just so
at?
many holes. There are just so many holes
I mean, I
that need to
agree.
be filled in.
I feel like that's kind of weird, but I do also know, like the person that was up here prior, they said there was a lot of crooked cops back then. It was either a made up story or they were
Somebody didn't do their
protected by
job.
the police. Yeah, they were protected by the police and they were allowed to do that without repercussions. Maybe just a slap on the
Thank you for
hands.
the cash app.
Could
Okay.
be.
Sorry.
Thanks,
Sorry, guys.
guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
Sorry, I can get a
Toya.
coffee.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
So, anything else you want to say though before you go?
No, I've been enjoying listening
Good.
and
I'm
just
glad.
commenting.
I'm so glad.
Well, thank you for
Toya, for joining
coming.
us.
It takes a
No
lot of balls
problem.
to come up on the stage. It does, because you got to eat your words, girl.
Yes.
We'll find out. Hey, we could be completely wrong about this,
No,
and
we could,
suddenly
but
there's a Perry Mason moment.
But honestly, we're not off. The conversation is interesting, but it just like this poll, 45-55, that's saying we're it's a tug of war right now. So it's just like we all don't know what the hell's going on.
So here is okay. Let me think of another. I have another question for you guys. If
I don't know.
yeah, I'm just trying to think like how this is going to go in different ways and whatnot. For things that say that they rest today or tomorrow, what would need to happen today or tomorrow for an opinion to just flip? What would you guys need to see at this point?
Well, I would need to see a refund on my Pacer account for my opinion to flip.
What?
Bitch. Super saying, how did you start? I know I didn't have to do that, but you laughed though.
Huh?
You did laugh, like you giggled.
I did.
Yeah, but you cut it out. You tried to control yourself, but you could have leaned into it a little bit.
Okay.
Go
Next
ahead.
time I will.
Sorry. That was okay. That was a little. Go ahead.
More security.
Small security would definitely have a report for insurance purposes.
Absolutely.
They would have to give one to the store. The crime was involved for insurance purposes at Rabbit. But the thing is that we don't even know if it was remodeled. That's what Dirt Rock says. So somebody told me go call the Foot Locker. Y'all, the Foot Locker closed in 2011 or 2012.
When was this? No, because now I'm about to get on this case. When was this? 2011?
What was the Foot Locker fight was July 1996.
July 14th, right?
I don't know the exact date.
Let me see. Dirt Rock was one of our first witnesses.
Yeah, he said that he said that, I mean, it's been introduced before, but he's talked about it in the grand jury transcripts, which is one of the reasons why he couldn't go to Vegas.
Devonta Lee? Is Dirt
Say
Rock?
that again?
Devonta Lee is Dirt Rock?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want me to spell his name for you, or are you good?
Yes, you can. You can spell it.
Dirt Rock is the guy with 4 teeth?
No, Dirt Rock is Mob James.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
And
Dirt
today
Rock
is a couple of days after he testified, so he might only have 2 left. We don't know.
Mob James is James McDonald. Dirt Rock is Devontae Lee. Hold up, let me see. So he gave this testimony. DENVONTA Lee.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to rabbit hole on her. Because
Rabbit, why he does that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you look up anything on Danny Boy?
Bump Danny Boy, old has been ass. Bump him. The hell you getting up there? Oh, weirdo, you telling us where Suge lived. Shut up, Danny Boy. Taking us on an excursion. This is not MTV Cribs. What are you doing, girl? Sit down. Talking about you used to have a girls. Didn't you sleep with the boys? What are you talking about?
Yeah, he did.
But guess what? You're talking about, oh, we went to, because I wasn't, y'all talked about this yesterday. I was at work literally telling you when I'm in my head saying what I'm saying right now. What was the point of that?
It felt like MTV Cribs. It really did.
He just wants attention, and that kind of shows what kind of person he is. Because for a trial to be going on about somebody that's supposed to be your friend or was your friend, and for you to be over here acting like his life is the last place that he like visited is a museum, like that's crazy. That's honestly crazy.
But in his defense, we do not know when this was shot. Right? Because Art of Dialogue is a production company. They probably did this interview and they just put it out when they got ready to put it out. Because I'm seeing right now on YouTube a lot of regurgitation of people's past videos about this case. and you think it's a
Yeah.
new video, they try to premiere it, they try to sneak it into the algorithm. I think this is just like a lot of regurgitation. I'm not sure that we can say that that interview was done that day. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm thinking it was just bad timing on the art of dialogue. I hope it was bad timing.
Yeah, I hope it was bad timing. Because if that's the case, then that's that's shitty character for real.
But Rabbit, I listen for information, right? Did you notice how he said in the MTV Cribs episode of Suge Knight's house that he said the gate had a password on it? Do you remember that person that came up on the stand and said that they were able, it was a police officer, that they were able to retrieve the gate pass to Suge Knight's house? Does anybody remember that? That after they left the Lexar, somebody gave them so that means somebody was an informant in the group that gave them the password to the gate to Suge Knight's house. It was one of the detectives that said that. I gotta look at who said that.
I think he said it. I think I don't know. To me, Danny Boy looked like he was giving a tour of the area, and I'm like, what's the point of this? What was the whole point of this again? I don't know.
Yeah, he just wanted
Yeah, that's what,
attention.
I think it was just bad timing. I think it was bad timing.
Yeah, I would say so.
This is bad timing.
I would say so. All right, guys, we got 20 minutes, 18 minutes or so. 18 minutes. Oh my goodness. I'm like, let's go. I want to see what's going to happen. I'm like, yeah. Not me forgetting that you have a real name and it's not Rabbit. It's you can call me Rabbit or Alex. I'm late, but what is going on with the trial? No testimony yet. No, Kelly G. They were having a late start today. So we waiting. We've been waiting. We've been waiting. We've been waiting. Yeah, what's up?
Just because I know you don't care about like the theory stuff, I'm gonna get into the theory stuff because I see some people in chat saying that he's alive and all of that. So the reason people think that, if you want to look at his music, the Machiavelli album that came out after he passed away was called Machiavelli. And Machiavelli was a guy that faked his death. The first track on the song is he says something about a 7-day theory. He was alive for almost 7 days, right? And then there's a music video, I Wonder If Heaven's Got a Ghetto. And that music video, you hear helicopters and you see that the date is the day after he died, and it's acting like it's the point of view of somebody that got shot and got off a helicopter. And that's why people have those theories. If you wonder, but that's where they get it from.
So I think that this is what I do believe as far as with theories. I feel like he kind of predicted that something was going to happen to him. You know what I mean? Like, you know how some people can be like real spiritual and they can predict certain events in their life? What was that?
You know,
he knew. He knew he wasn't going to live long.
But I see both sides because you can't tell me that somebody could predict, because even the first time he was shot, he said he predicted that would happen too. So you can't just tell me that he went through his whole life predicting everything, because that sounds crazy too. But I do believe he did feel like his time was numbered. Like, that makes sense to me. But I remember I saw an interview after he was first shot, and he said he knew he was going to get shot. Like, I thought that was crazy.
Tupac's first album, Tupacalypse Now, he was already talking. Tupac was already talking like Malcolm X and them.
Yeah.
When you talk like that, your mother and father were on the
Black
run,
Panthers.
people from the Black Panther Party. You know, every day, every second, your life, there are people that are out there that are working to end your life. I think he knew. And I also have federal FBI. Wait, hold on. Him and Eazy-E were getting unalived threats from the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Yeah. But do you know that the last person, well, not the last person, but do you know that there's a Black Panther that's related to Tupac that's on the FBI's most wanted list?
And who is that?
Let Let me see if I give you her name. I would have to search it up. But that's why the Cuba theory is there, because she lives in Cuba. The lady that's on the run that is related to Tupac lives in Cuba.
Asada Shakur.
It might be.
She
It might
died.
be. No, wait, isn't that his mom?
No, that's his aunt.
His
She
aunt.
just
Yeah, yeah.
died.
Okay, but she was on the most wanted list though for a long
Yeah,
time.
from Jersey, from what happened on the highway.
Yeah.
Highway. What they said.
Yeah. So
Mm-hmm. I-95.
I get it from both sides though, man. But the
And
case
speaking
to
of
me
Cuba,
is
that's where Corey Edwards is.
Corey Edwards.
Corey
He's
Edwards is in
joking.
Cuba.
Stop. We don't know
Corey-
if he's in Cuba. Did
He-
you Ty?
What? That's where he better be. And he better take off that Apple Watch, or else he's going to be in a Little Dirk situation. For real.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, what's wrong with Apple Watches?
Little Dirk was on the run, and he had an Apple Watch at the airport
They
about
track
to flee the
everything.
Oh
country.
yeah,
and
that
they
gives away your
tracked his
location.
Yeah.
What
Matter
an
of fact,
idiot.
fuck that.
What?
Don't track me. Not gonna get me.
Nah.
Caden's in the chat. Remember they said Caden was in the chat?
They said Katie in the chat. Oh shit.
Who's in the chat?
Greg
Greg
Kading
Kading.
is in the chat.
Oh well.
Greg Kading can hit the link any day. Any day. Any day, any day. He can get his any day.
Any day, Caden. Put him up. Put him up.
I'm reading online that the incident did happen, but the Foot Locker was not destroyed. See? And Dirt Rock said it was destroyed. There was just a disturbance or an argument between the gang regarding the chain. I don't know.
But
They
see,
said
that
that they
makes sense.
rearranged that shoes.
But what she just said, what she just shared, that makes more sense. That sounds more believable to me than them destroying the whole Foot Locker and it having to be rebuilt. That sounds more believable. Because think about it. If you in a gang, you're gonna big up everything that happens to you because you have a reputation. So of course you would say, "Oh yeah, we destroyed the whole Foot Locker." Of course, they wouldn't just say, "Oh yeah, we got into a small fight and that's it." They wouldn't say that.
How did that information get to Robert Ladd? Who did he hear it from? Was it from another former gang member?
A game
Or
of
did he
telephone.
pick it up? Like, that's the thing. It's like we don't even know. My thing is that we just, the only thing we can substantiate at this point is Tupac was shot, passed away. For the person, I mean, that there is autopsy photos out there that were reviewed by the jury. We can substantiate that. That Keefe D might have said a couple things in the book as well as in interviews. He might have been a gang member, is what we can substantiate. What else can we substantiate at this point? That's where I'm at.
So okay, let me ask, because I haven't actually been watching as of today, because I've been doing my own things. But what has happened today so far? Like, is there anything that is different than the last couple
Well,
of
we're
days?
starting late. We haven't even started yet. We started
haven't started.
in
Okay.
about 11 minutes.
Okay.
So we had Robert Ladd yesterday.
Yeah.
That's kind of
that
what we
I
left
saw.
it at.
I
And
saw.
there's an article out there that says that the state is going to arrest today or tomorrow. So several articles are saying this. They're arresting.
And what about the shooting that happened outside of the courtroom? Is there any follow-up on that, or was that just...
We don't even know if it's related or not. They said it was, but some folks said it's not. So I don't even know.
We're still in 1996.
Yeah. We're trying to figure it out.
We trying to figure out was
Too much.
Keefe D even at the scene in the car? That's what we trying to figure out right now.
Because Rabbit, I'll never forget when you said that there was a security guard that said he saw a guy on foot. You remember you said that? Like somebody said that they saw a guy on foot or something like that?
Oh, the security guard across the street.
The witness.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Where's that guy at? Why is he not on the stand?
He
He was. He
Super
was.
saying, I'm gonna need you to do your homework. Super saying, if you gonna check it, you gonna clock it, you done cammed up, you need to have your papers and everything, Poppy. You need to have all your stuff together when you come up.
When
You know.
no,
Oh wait.
he did.
Oh
He
wait.
testified.
But
He
it's
was
so
a
many.
grand jury
You know
witness.
what? It's so many people that testified, and there's people that make us fall
23.
asleep. There's people that
23.
there's a lot. It's a lot that goes on, man.
See, but here's the deal. This is the issue though. It's very easy for us to believe a theory. But when you actually have to go through how they're painting out this criminal investigation, this criminal case, this conviction that they want to give to this man, you're going to have to review every detail that each person goes up there and says, right? Like you'll have to hear everything that they said. So yes, you're right. Like there was the guy, the security from Maxim, and he was a witness to the grand jury and he was a witness to the state. He testified, but they've only presented 23 witnesses so far. Robert Ladd is the 23rd. That's
Thank
where we're
you,
at.
Bridget. I just didn't want to put you on blast. I didn't know if you want me
Shout
to
out to
tell
Bridget.
people that you actually did that. But thank you, Bridget. I have it. Thank you.
That was really nice.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Nobody knows who the guy that was outside of the car with the gun is? Security guard talks about.
Oh
He
no.
identified somebody. He identified somebody. He says that there was somebody with a gun there. But that wasn't even brought up at the state. That was only in the grand jury.
Yeah,
That
that's
was it.
just he said, she said.
Nobody can confirm that.
Forgot.
So here's my thing. Jamie Lee, if you really believe that Tupac's alive, why are you here? Like, why consume yourself with the courts? That's what I want to know. I'm looking
It's a
at you,
level
Jamie
of
Lee.
psychosis that
Yeah,
I don't
because
understand.
if I truly believe something, I don't like self-harm. You know what I mean? Like in my mind, I'm not going to be like going back and forth with somebody and then argue. I think you just love to argue, my love. Like you
No,
must
these
be getting
super
your
sane
rocks
people,
off on that.
super sane be bringing these types of people over here.
Don't say
He
that.
got a
Don't
whole
do that.
TikTok Discord.
Don't do
He
that.
got a
Super
whole
sane.
Discord
Don't do
Reddit
Jay Millie's in
account,
your team,
and they
isn't
go,
it?
yeah,
Don't
absolutely.
do
This
that.
super sane
Come to,
people.
wait, super,
Nah.
Absolutely.
is Jay Millie you?
No, that's
Jay
not
Millie
me.
is him,
Okay.
and
My hands are
finesse
right
3
here.
times is him. He got another
No.
hand.
Nah. That's not
Oh,
me.
stop. Yeah, we'll
That's
be
not me.
fine. I
Listen,
believe you. I
listen.
believe it's not you.
I'm
But I'm
humble,
just
and you
saying.
know, when someone tells me I'm wrong, I don't disagree with it.
And
If
I
you have
noticed that
facts to back
about
up
you.
the
You said
claim,
that.
yeah, I'll admit when I'm wrong. But you know, I look at it from both sides because if you truly believe someone is alive,
Yeah.
you got to give the reason to back up your claim. You can't just say
Exactly.
it and not have anything to back it up. You know. But like you know,
Tice
Here,
is
people in
giving
the
you
people.
chat,
shit.
because
Ty,
Pika and Storm really changed my mind on a lot of stuff with Tupac.
yeah.
So
No, I believe you. I just think it's hilarious. It is like, you got Jay Millie fighting the whole chat. I'm like, Jay Millie, you must be getting your rocks off on this one. Because, there's some folks out there that just love that kind of attention and energy where it's like you're a contrarian just to be an asshole type of situation versus like, so I'm just like, well, why are you here if you know what the chat is here for, right? So it's
I
like,
have a cash app. My
yeah.
cash app is on the screen.
yeah.
Buy a girl a coffee before the case. I need a crumpet, a coffee, and a bagel.
6 minutes. 6 minutes. I'll be dropping you guys. I really appreciate you guys coming up. So from what I remember yesterday, a Compton detective was asked if he saw or had a report from the mall fight, and he said no. That's what we've been arguing about, Kevin.
But was it
You
even
missed
in
that.
Compton's jurisdiction?
It wasn't in Compton's jurisdiction. It wasn't.
So why would they have it?
Exactly. That's what we've been arguing about, and we've been, that's why it's like this is so weird, you guys. Honestly, I don't know. Let's see. I don't think somebody said. Let's see. Hold up 1 minute. He said, now my thing is, where was there any security video outside of the Monte Carlo to see if that Miss Toby security footage? I mean, the Foot Locker. Hello, you're talking about a casino, Monte Carlo. You would think they'd have security there. They don't have any security there. You have it at the. What would have happened if we didn't have that MGM fight video? Can you
The
imagine?
same thing that happened with the LA Foot Locker.
It would have just been hearsay.
Yeah, but it's kind of weird too. That's another thing. There's
Yeah.
there's possibly like so much footage that could have been filmed that wasn't
Mhm.
filmed. Especially, I
Um,
feel like in LA, Vegas.
yeah.
Like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot more cameras than they actually are talking about because I don't know.
Yep. All right, my friends, I'm gonna drop you because we got share with audio, of course. We back on. So let me drop you guys while
Thank
I
you so
set
much
things
for the
up on my
support,
end.
guys. Thank you for the subscribers. Thank you for the
Thank you,
cash apps. Thank you
Ty.
so
Thank you,
much.
Super
Bye,
Sign.
Super
Thank
Shout out
you.
to you, Rabbit. Shout
Bye,
out to
Shout
you.
out
Rabbit.
to you. Thank
Shout
you,
out
Super
to you.
Sign. Shout out to Super Sign. And Ty, let me know when you hit that
Shout out to
freaking
Ty.
1K.
Absolutely. Shout out
He
to
said
Ty.
thank you. Thank you. Shout out to both of you guys. Thank you guys. Y'all are so funny. I love it.
Ciao. Let me get
Bye,
off of here.
guys. Shout out to
Bye.
Kadisha Lynn as well. Kadisha Lynn was up here too. Shout out to her because she was also amazing for being up here. Y'all ready? Go get your drinks and everything, y'all, because it's about to get started. It's about to get real. It's about to get real, 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 real. Here we go. Okay. Everybody, court ain't even started yet, and I'm ready to block everybody. That's right. Yes. Say suits. Shout out to you guys. Yo, I'm exhausted already, and we haven't even started. That's not good. I'm gonna need like some caffeine ASAP because my eyes are killing me. My eyes are killing me, man. Hold up. Let me real quick, y'all. This is too much. Today was too much. But I told you guys I lost sleep over just thinking about what could and couldn't be when it came to this. Hold up, y'all. Let's see. Now it's like I feel like we're debating what story is right or what story is different or anything. He said, making coffee now. You want some, man? I'm still eating my sandwich. Still eating my sandwich. Let me go up a little bit. Let's see. Who else? Hey, Mimi, cameras weren't as prevalent as that. I know. And that's kind of where a lot of people are stuck of like, why didn't we do this or why didn't we do that? So yeah. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. While we wait. Oh man, I'm so ready. Y'all ready? I think we're ready. So if you guys are just now coming through, will Keefe D be found guilty? Type 1 if yes, type 2 if no. Type 1 if yes, type 2 if no. Y'all are so funny. You see, you're on your second cup and I can't even have any more. I might listen. Today might be a 3-4 kind of day, y'all. I'm just not. I didn't sleep well. For whatever reason, man. I was thinking about this. And it really got to me. Audrey, you got to say, look, it says up there, 1. You press 1 if yes, 2 if no. No is not an option. You say 2 if no. That's what you do. Hold up. Let me do some shout outs, y'all. I'm so sorry. I like stopped midway. My apologies, guys. And shout out to everybody. Again, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much again for supporting the channel. Really, Tamara, thank you so much for your 21 membership. Shout out to you, love. Thank you. Cure K, is it Cure Date? Dot, thank you so much for the 100 jewels. Deborah G, thank you so much for the treat. James, I missed you. I'm so sorry I didn't shout you out earlier. I hope James didn't go to bed yet. Shout out to James. Thank you. James gifted like 10 memberships, guys. If you have been gifted, put some hearts in the chat. Rachel, thank you so much for the high five. James, Superman went to a party. Some people wore Bitcoin suits. Others, other doggy coin. Superman was upset. No one told him it was a crypto night, huh? Shout out to James. James is our resident comedian. Thank you, James. Sorry, y'all. It took me a minute to get that. That's how you know I'm tired. And I'm still here. And we still here streaming, y'all. That's how we gonna do it. Morris, thank you. Sorry I missed it. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Put some hearts in the chat. If you've been gifted, man, thank you guys. Robin, thank you for the sparkles. Stan, thank you for the floating heart. Stan, thank you for the happy shitter, the happy poop. Thank you, my love. Pika, shout out to my mod. Pika, thank you for the flower. Payasita Bonita, thank you so much. Payasita Bonita, that's a cute name. Thank you for the jewels. Thank you, love. Phoenix says, Katie sucks. In my opinion, that's all. Sorry. No, Phoenix. Shout out to you. Did we lose man, did we lose Finesse? I think Finesse got upset. Finesse, listen. Shout out to Finesse. All right. She's entitled to her opinion. He or she. Shout out to them. Just Joan, Crooked Katie and Crooked Diddy. Oh, they said Crooked Diddy. Crooked Katie, Crooked Diddy. Man, they all crooked. Just Joan. Thank you. Payasita Bonita, thank you so much for the jewels. Thank you. Bart Rogers, thank you for the 5. Why isn't anyone bringing up the video surveillance cameras when they were at the Foot Locker? Maybe because they don't exist. Maybe. I don't know, Bart. Doesn't seem like they exist. Listen, between a police report, surveillance cameras, where was this shit at? You know, and he said that they had to remodel it. Did they? And honestly, it's not even up to the defense to bring this. This is all up to the state to do the due diligence. See, the state needs to hire true crime content creators on YouTube, because let me tell you, we are findologists of the information. Okay, Teresa, thank you so much for the jewels, love. Thank you. Like literally, if I was an attorney, of course I'd have to make sure that I'm able to, you know, validate the information of where it comes from, make sure that it's primary source and not anything else. But that's what I would be doing. If I would be hiring YouTubers that are able to, you know, because some of these YouTubers, they find out before everybody. The findologists. I don't want to participate in the survey, but I just don't know, says Emma. Watch Me says 2. Okay. Let's see. I was napping when I heard someone call my name. Robin, thank you, Robin, for the jewels. Thank you. All right, y'all. Oh, you're here. All right, Finesse. See, listen, Finesse and Phoenix. Y'all, I love you both, and we ain't gonna get along, okay? But I know we can keep it cute in here, okay? I know we can keep it cute, and we don't have to agree. See, Finesse, you weren't blocked or anything. You might have gotten on people's nerves, but you weren't blocked. Shout out to you. Said to find out before the crime has even been committed. Chaos says. Predicting the crime. Oh, Lord have mercy. Let's see. You always go, all right, as long as y'all are good with each other, we're not going to agree. I told you guys in the Diddy trial, my mods know. I was like, we're not going to like each other, okay? And I'm not going to let you guys tell my mods who to block either. You know, there's this thing called 3 dots next to the name. I practice, you know, good mental health. If somebody's annoying me, I block them with the 3 dots, and I don't have to see their comments anymore. That's just how I am. Let's see. You said if the fight was on the hold up, y'all, because I'm setting up my other system. If the fight was on July 13th, why was the raid in September? Sorry, can't let it go, Robin. You know what? And that's what I was trying to say. Is like they say that the Foot Locker, like for the longest time, the story was the Foot Locker is somehow supposed to lead to the whole situation. And it's not even the case, because it was months before the MGM fight to the Foot Locker. Months before. Now, could it have been a situation where it's on site? You know what I mean? Like it's on site all day, every day. When I see you, meaning I'm going to fight you. Even if we're at church, we're going to get physical. Could be. Could be the situation where they were like, it's on site no matter where we're at type of thing. I don't know, man. Could very well be the thing. But who knows? Nobody can give me an answer either. I hear the young people say, it's on site. And I'm like, okay, well, shit, I guess that means at church, everywhere. Everywhere. At the funeral home, I guess, too. It's on site all the time. Maybe that's how it was back then. God forbid they start on time. Well, yeah, they said 1 o'clock. It is 1:05. I am literally like at the edge of my seat when it comes to this at this point. Let's see. Why don't I have my Nancy girl? Because I'm tired, Angel. And I ain't feeling Nancy right now. I'm tired. You gotta, Nancy, you kind of have to feel her. You know what I mean? She ain't my friend right now. We're not friends. My Nancy Grace wig is somewhere. It needs a little. It needs some more highlights too. Like I need some brown on it, some caramel. She got all this white hair. It's just too much. Just not feeling Nancy right now. I'm mad at Nancy. Yep, starting now. Let's go, you said. You ready for this Q Smooth? Shout out to y'all. Hey, shout out to everybody that's on Instagram. So we've been uploading clips on Instagram. Where have we been uploading? Instagram. It's just so annoying when I have to. Instagram. Where else? Where's my other one? TikTok and the Twitter. The Twitters. We've been uploading, y'all. We've been doing good. More consistent. It takes me a couple hours though. You say, leave it. Come on, Vicky. Vicky. Are y'all awake? Vicky, you always surprise me, man. I never know where you land. Gotta love Vicky. Oh my God. Gotta love Vicky. Oh. This is not a good sign. My head is already itchy. And my hair is clean, but it's itchy. It's like frustration is already setting upon me. Are you Susan Stiletto? Shout out to my boo Susan. What are you confused about? Tell me, love. Keep ya on my yeah, you do, man. That's why I love you, girl. That's why. You're one of my firsts. You said I didn't get notification, but I'm here. Beachside, they always do me wrong on the YouTube. Yeah, every time I feel like something's about to come through, my head gets itchy. Perhaps. I don't know, man. He said, hey, how are you? Mar, how are you? I hope you're doing well. You said it was back then, Rabbit. I remember Crips Against Blood, Crips Against Crips, Blood Against Blood. It was all the time. All right, y'all. Y'all feel like, here we go. Let me shut up now. I'm going to need to refill my drink for this.
On record, State versus Davis, C377407. My understanding is we have one thing we need to address outside the presence before we bring the jury back in.
Yes, I guess two things, Your Honor. First is we'll be admitting some jail calls. We've edited those down to not include the lead-in and just the relevant portions, as opposed to Mr. Sam, who are those with actions. The issue that Mr. Sam raised to me was regarding, we were playing about, I think, less than 10 minutes of YouTube video, but Mr. Sam has an issue with the...
So the jail call issue is done?
The jail call issue is done.
You're just putting that on record, that there's no objection to the foundation for that, and you're not doing it through the custodian of records?
Yes, we had agreed ahead of time.
Got it. So moving on to the issue with the YouTube videos.
Yes, Your Honor. My understanding is Mr. Samt has an objection as to the foundation for the YouTube videos.
That's correct, John. My understanding is that they're going to produce an individual that works for the Clark County District Attorney's Office will come here and basically just say that he found the videos on YouTube. I don't think there's going to be, I don't think there's going to be foundation laid properly in terms of when the videos were taken, by who, along those lines. And so as a result, we would just do a preliminary objection to the foundation, maybe just say we'll lay that foundation during the course of the trial.
And what's your proffer as to what you expect the foundation to be?
That our discovery technician went on YouTube and saw the defendant's face, and nothing is off camera. It's the defendant's face, and that he's talking in a very recognizable voice that we have all heard. And I think that's sufficient foundation for that. It speaks for itself, similar to the book situation.
And what's your objection that the video is not what it purports to be, as to foundation, essentially?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So foundation, the essential question is that the item being proposed is what it purports to be. What's your objection on those grounds?
I don't think there's an objection that it is Mr. Davis that's on the video. It's more of when and where the videos were taken. So it's not the same group of characters that was from the testimony of Mr. Dorsey, for instance.
Mhm.
It's other people doing those videos. So as a result, if there's foundation later on that I'm not, I mean, then I think that satisfies that.
I think it satisfies foundation that it is a video of Mr. Davis. It's what you're proposing it be.
Yes.
I think there's probably going to be questions and argument regarding when it was taken, who took it, for what purpose, etc. But as to foundation, I don't think that's lacking.
Right. That's, I at least wanted to have that out before the jury came in instead of in the middle.
Okay, that sounds good. So that's my preliminary ruling on that. We can raise it in the moment if there's anything more, if there's more doubts that come up, Mr. Sampt, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, anything else? Anything from your side?
No.
I do want to make a record that we replaced, and God, the numbers are escaping me, but I believe it's 121, and then the transcript that goes with the July 17, 2017 with redacted audio and a redacted transcript.
Okay.
I also had marked, I think it's WW, which is the defense's 180-page return to the October 2nd, 1996 search warrant that I also marked for the defense.
Okay, sounds good. All right, let's bring in the jury.
Time for the jury.
The party stipulates the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're still in the state's case in chief for now. State, who's your next witness?
State's witness is Adam Stair.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Adam Stair, ADAMSTOEHR.
All right, thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stair, how are you employed?
I'm an electronic evidence specialist for the Clark County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been an electronic discovery specialist with the District Attorney's Office?
About 3.5 years now.
Okay, and what are your job duties entail?
We collect evidence from various databases and we download it and upload it into our case file for the attorneys.
And do you also ensure that those pieces of evidence are distributed then to defense counsel?
Yes, we prepare them for discovery and we send them out.
I'm going to ask you particularly about things I asked you to do in this case. Did I ask you to obtain YouTube videos of the defendant, Mr. Davis?
You did?
And did you do that?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that there were a number of videos?
Yes, that is fair to say.
And then did I next ask you to reduce those videos to just a small number of brief clips for the purposes of the presentation today?
You did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Do you recognize what State's Proposed 165 is?
I do.
What is State's Proposed 165?
Is a CD of YouTube exhibits.
And does this CD contain the actual videos that you compilated and then clipped?
Yes, there should be 3 videos.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to move State's Exhibit 165.
Any further objection, Mr. Sam?
No, Your Honor.
All right, over objection, they will be admitted.
At this time, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 165.
You may.
Before we get into this, again, these are very small snippets of much larger, longer videos.
Yes, very much longer interviews. Order.
Let's do the book first.
You and Orlando and everyone else meets up, but you guys don't have any guns.
Who said that?
Well, it was in the book until Von Zip came in the picture.
All right, let's. I don't want to talk about that.
Okay,
Let's get that one.
I mean, but it is in the book.
Okay, yeah. Let them read about it.
Okay, and I guess Foxy Brown was with Zip.
Let them read about it.
Okay. Well, according to the book, which there's going to be a link in the video that you could actually order from.
That's right. Matter of fact, let me see my book.
You want to go ahead and show the book?
Yeah, let's show the book. Yeah, this is my book here. I would like you guys to buy it and get the real truth instead of from a cop or some fucking industry people, some bullshit. You getting it from the real motherfucker. So go get the book, and you can get the real truth about this whole situation. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and read from the book passage.
Okay.
On getting a gun for the Tupac hit. While we were waiting for the valet to bring out our cars, Zip seized the opportunity and called me over to his Benz. Zip was a big-time New York player, pimp, and hustler who used to come out to California and handle his business and kick it with us sometimes. As I walked up to the driver's side, I noticed the rapper Foxy Brown was in the car with Zip. So he instructed her to step out of the car and motioned for me to jump in. Zip had a hidden compartment, and he opened up, reached in, and pulled back a 40 Glock.
Like I say,
he turned to me and said, "It's time to get the money."
Like I say, get your $20 and read about that part.
I'm going to play the second file.
You had cancer at one point?
Yeah.
You beat it.
I beat it, yeah.
Right. It was a colon cancer?
I told you I beat 3 of the baddest entities in the world. United States government, fucking cancer, in the streets.
And then one last time.
Oh God, you guys.
Let me tell you something, brother. Tupac never jumped on him. He was by himself. He didn't just, my nephew never jumped on no fucking Tupac. Come on, man. Tupac was wrong with 2 left fucking shoes, nigga. I mean, don't you think he was wrong? Honestly.
I mean, yeah, I think he could have, reacted in a better way.
You listen, homie. You don't think that man is wrong?
He could have reacted in a better way, I guess. I mean,
I'm talking Vlad is his fucking biggest fan. He admitted that man is wrong, man.
I mean, yeah, man. I mean, he was wrong,
man.
man, but that was only done out of loyalty, man.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. He never jumped. My nephew didn't jump on him. He jumped on my nephew, a kid, man. My nephew was a fucking kid. They was grown-ass men, dude. You know what I'm saying? He was a fucking kid, dude. That's why he had on that jersey. He's a fucking kid, dude. You know what I'm saying? They was wrong. My nephew never jumped on him. They jumped on my nephew. My nephew didn't throw a punch, man. Shit was wrong, dude. Jumped on the fucking kid, dude.
And then, as part of your duties working for the Clark County District Attorney's Office, did you also receive a video from the courtroom proceedings in this case?
I did.
And did you receive the one view from a television network and another view that you synced up?
Yes, I did.
And how do you do that?
I use Adobe Premiere Pro. I took both of the videos, entered them into the same timeline, and then set them side by side and synced them up so that they played. It's the same video. It's the same video from different angles.
And I'm going to approach you State's proposed Exhibit 166. Did you actually put that compilation on a video? And then, I'm sorry, did you put that video on a CD?
I did.
And is this the CD that you put it on?
Yes, it is.
All right. You all right this time? State's going to move 166 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
This time State's going to publish 166.
everyone back here at 3:40. Please rise for the jury.
At that time when Reggie Wright Jr. is sitting
What did he
in front of the
do?
witness stand, that Mr. Davis is mouthing words at Reggie Wright Jr.
Yes.
As part of your duties with the Clark County District Attorney's Office, did you also have access to calls that Mr. Davis made since September of 2023?
I did.
And did I ask you to review some of those calls?
You did.
And did I ask you to clip some portions of those calls for the purpose of a presentation here today?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 164. Is this CD the CD that you prepared containing those clips of calls?
Yes, it is.
All right, at this time, State's going to move 164 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
This time, State's going to publish State's Exhibit 164. We'll go in chronological order. So can we play that 10, 12, 23?
Yeah, everything gonna play out for me. Everything gonna do. They just trying to use the words I said against me, but they can't do that shit. So.
Well, shit, they trying it.
Well. I didn't break the thing that fucking Greg Hayes broke the thing. Shit.
I just wish you would have never did, dog. You know, just let that. Oh, you would probably would have been there. No, I forgot. I just wish you would have never talked to that man. You know.
Yeah, you're right. I know. I should have just went on and did that little.
Stop doing all them interviews and that. Just never did none of that shit. Just I should have said whatever happened. You know.
Yeah, you're right.
Everybody, that shit all over. All you see on Instagram, that all that shit. I'm like, damn, this shit is viral.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Stair, you've listened to this calls maybe one or two or more times. Is that fair?
That's fair.
In terms of editing it, is it fair to say that while some of the audio is a little bit garbled, upon hearing it a number of times, you're able to discern some of the words that are being stated?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Davis says they're trying to use my words against me?
Yes.
And that he says, I didn't break the thing, Greg Kading broke the thing?
Yes.
Now can we play the next call at 10:21:23?
Yeah, they ain't got shit though. They trying to use my statements against me. You're gonna lose, dude. I was paid to say that, stupid ass dude. Yeah.
Okay.
I was paid to say that, stupid motherfucker. You can't use my shit against me, you stupid.
And then what's this book they say you wrote?
Yeah, I did. After that dude did that, I didn't breach that contract. He did.
Okay.
Hey, money off carry top. You know what I'm saying? Oh, bitch. He had my life fucked up. I clawed up under a rock for 6 years. And I just got tired of it. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Let them know the motherfucking truth. Bitch, you ain't just got me, motherfucker. You niggas around me got you for me. And rock, all them son of a bitches. You know?
Wow.
Yeah. Even my boy Jerome down the street from you. Louise, all them motherfuckers. I'm like, damn. You know, all that shit. You know?
And similarly, have you listened to this call more than one time?
I have.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Davis says they're trying to use my words against me?
Yes.
And in fairness to Mr. Davis, he does say, I was paid to say those words.
Yes.
And then he says, when he's asked about what's that book you wrote, he says, yeah, I wrote that book.
Yes.
And then later on he says I'm going to quote, let the motherfuckers know the truth.
Yes.
Okay. And then he later on says, regarding Greg Kading, you didn't get me, and then says some people who actually did get him.
Yes.
Okay. Can we play the 11:9:23?
Deadline. So I'm gonna call Edie. I'm gonna call him today, and then when you call me later on tonight or tomorrow, I know.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Love, my bro.
All right, I'm looking out for you, big dog. All right.
But once I get on, man, we rich.
Oh, of course. Of course.
All right, I got to tell Keefe, dude, you know, man, don't let them throw that motherfucking shit up in your face. We be mad the motherfucking 10 years later. Next year, he's still going. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Make us want to, you know, I got to tell that nigga, I got blood on my money.
All
right, what's up, bro? Okay.
All right, big dog. All right. Talk to you later. Peace.
Similarly, had you listened to this call a number of times?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Davis says, I have blood on my money?
Correct.
And then the last call from July 5th, 2024.
I was born way before that dude. And I was way out there before him, dude. I know Easy and Dr. Dre and put them on, motherfucker. Don't need this little faggot. You know what I'm saying? Pick up in fucking prison and get fucked in the ass. Fucking icon. Police and all that raping little girls, jumping on little kids in the fucking hallway of the fucking casino. And that dude's a piece of shit. You know?
Yeah, bro, they making this shit way with it, like, yeah.
Straight.
Talking about your icon. Well, yeah.
Icon, my ass. I don't want none of my kids like that motherfucker. Faggot.
Okay, and similar to the previous three calls, have you listened to this call a number of times? And is it fair to say that well, he says a lot, but in particular, he says he's complaining about somebody jumping on little kid in the casino, in the hallway of the casino, that he's a piece of shit.
Yes.
Court's indulgence. State will pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Stamp, cross-examination.
No cross-time.
Ladies and gentlemen, any of the jury, any questions to this witness? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Starr. You're free to go. Say who's your next witness?
Judge, reserving the right to confirm with the clerk that everything that we've offered has been admitted. At this point, the state is.
Do you want to come up and review it, or have you already done
I've
it?
checked. It's just the last three exhibits actually is the last one.
Okay.
Can we address 31?
Oh, yes, I forgot to address 31. So 31 was a duplicate.
Okay.
So we never offered 31. We just need to make a record that 31 was a duplicate of, you know what exhibit it is? Of 30. Yeah, it's a duplicate of 30.
Okay.
So the clerk asked you to put that
So
on.
31 should just be blank. There should be no exhibit attached to that.
Well, it's marked as a proposed exhibit. It's just not admitted as a duplicate.
Okay, sounds good. Defense, we're moving into your case in chief.
Yeah, maybe a question.
You may.
Thoughts and opinions, y'all. I am, he looks mad. I don't think he's happy. They said sidebar. You said only Keefe could be pissed at his own word. I'm like, oh my God, Keefe is looking at his lawyer like, why didn't you question that guy? He is mad at his lawyer. Well, he shouldn't be mad at his lawyer. Why the hell is he still running his mouth? Like, what? He's his own worst enemy, guys. Yeah, there would be no reason to cross-examine this guy, I don't think. I don't know. Between the book promo on Vlad, and then what did he say? That shit got me so crazy when he was like, oh my God. They caught him on the camera saying something to Reggie, right? I don't know, man. He's his own worst enemy. If he didn't run his mouth so much, we wouldn't need a lawyer to get pissed at him, right? I totally agree with Keefe, but thinks he knows a lot. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know. I guess Brandon, he said that he was running his mouth to, I don't know. He was like mouthing something. Like, what is he mouthing to? Crazy work. You know? Hold up. They're all, you said, I want to know what he was mouthing. Yeah. All those clips. He's like, yeah, let me have some water. Please do, sir. Please do. You're going to need it. Here we go.
Okay. Mr. Stamp, anything you wanted to put on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. With regards to the defense's case in chief, we have witnesses lined up. We cannot make it here today. There'll be officers from the Metropolitan Police Department that will testify on behalf of the defense. Because of the fact that they're scheduling, we're unable to get it today. We would ask the court to allow us to start our case in chief tomorrow with the detective and 2 police officers tomorrow.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're way ahead of schedule ultimately. The defense at this point is moving into their case in chief, but doesn't have their witnesses available until tomorrow. So we are going to recess for today and have you guys back here at noon tomorrow. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any reportive or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected to the trial until the case is submitted to you. Sorry, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Please rise for the jury.
Judge, you said noon?
Noon tomorrow. Eat before you come, guys. For the record, the jury has exited the room. Everyone can be seated. Mr. Davis remains standing. I have to admonish you on your right to testify at this time, just so you can make that decision overnight with your attorney, okay? Mr. Davis, under the Constitution of the United States and under the Constitution of the State of Nevada, you cannot be forced to testify in this case. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
You may, at your own request, give up this right and take the witness stand and testify. If you do, you will be subject to cross-examination by the Deputy District Attorney, and anything that you may say, be it on direct or cross-examination, will be the subject of fair comment when the Deputy District Attorney speaks to the jury in their final argument. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
If you choose not to testify, the court will not permit the Deputy District Attorneys to make any comments to the jury because you have not testified. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
If you choose not to testify, the court will instruct the jury, if your attorney wants me to, as follows. The law does not compel a defendant in a criminal case to take the stand and testify, and no presumption may be raised and no inference of any kind may be drawn from the failure of a defendant to testify. Do you have any questions? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions in general about these rights?
No, I'm good.
You understood? Okay. You're further advised that if you have a felony conviction and more than 10 years has not elapsed from the date you were convicted or discharged from prison, parole, or probation, whichever is later, and and you elect to take the stand and testify, the DA will be able to ask you in the presence of the jury the following. 1, have you been convicted of the felony? 2, what was the felony? And 3, when did it happen? But the DA cannot get into details about that. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll leave it to you and your attorney's consultations as to what your decision is, but I just wanted to give you those rights at this time.
Okay.
Okay.
Judge, just for the record, because Mr. Stamp may not be aware of this, we checked the 2015 conviction. It ran on August 11th of 2026. So the only conviction that he would be facing cross-examination for is his conviction a couple of years ago for battery by a prisoner.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
Is that why they sent them to attack me?
I understand that's your position, that happened, but ultimately, I don't know anything about that case. I've never looked at it, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay, you guys can be seated. Anything else we need to address outside the presence?
No, Your Honor, in terms of scheduling, we anticipate once we have our case in chief and for the stage rebuttal that we'll probably be closing on Monday.
Okay.
So we'll just need to go over jury instructions.
Yes. So I've been working on jury instructions. Ms. Panduct asked that we include a Carter instruction just in case.
A what instruction?
A Carter instruction.
Carter, okay.
And then Ms. Panduct also asked about a voluntariness instruction. We have some thoughts on that. So
a voluntariness or a voluntary manslaughter?
The voluntariness of the statement.
I understood. Okay.
And so we have some thoughts on that. So we're preparing something that we think conforms to this court's ruling. And then we will probably have a corpus delicti instruction as well.
when did you want to settle?
I'll get this to Miss Pan. I assume Miss Woody. What you said, Miss Panduck? Okay, I'll get it to Miss Panduck this evening, and then I'll if we can probably do it Friday morning or Thursday, probably Friday morning probably best, or Friday sometime during the day. Settle those during that time, so Miss Panduck has some time to review with Mr. Staff what the instructions are.
Okay. All right. So we'll plan on settling those probably Friday morning sometime. Okay. Sounds good.
The only question I would have is the 2 rebuttal witnesses I have to. One, I know that they're calling. Should I have them here at 2 tomorrow? Because I don't imagine Mr. Sands is going to be very long, or should I have them here at 9 o'clock on Friday?
No, don't do that. If we just have them here at 2 o'clock, that was sufficient.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Sounds
I'm
good.
gonna try
So
to get them here for 2.
have everybody here at 2. Maybe we may have the submission of the case at least wrapped up by the end of the day tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you guys. We'll be in recess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what had happened was, so afternoon again, we not starting in the morning, if I heard her correctly, unless something changed. I have dropped a link. The link has been dropped. Brandon, I think you said you wanted to come up because you had some thoughts. I wanted to give people that didn't get to come up an opportunity to come up as well. First Liberties, what do you think? I'm curious to know what you think. Okay. So the state rested, right? Am I hearing this correctly? The state rested? Yeah. Hold up, Ty. Hold up. Lord have mercy. Hold up. Because I don't know what to think. What's up?
Is this a joke?
Mm-mm.
Wait. No, literally. It's over?
They rested.
On what? What did they rest on?
On his own words. Hey, Brandon, kind of curious to know what you think.
This is unbelievable.
This is crazy.
I don't understand. Why would they rest the case right now? You didn't get your star witness to get on the stand and say he was in Vegas.
All the taxpayer money, all my money I went into pay some people. Did all the coffee and the donuts I've been buying to stay awake during this, the Red Bulls and the Sambuca in my coffee, and you're telling me that you're resting on a book and some leaked conversations?
And to me, they didn't even delve into the book. Like, we didn't even hear from the co-writer to even find out who wrote the book.
Vlad TV didn't even have enough time to strike down a stream. That's how quick this little case was today.
This case was a week and a half of what was supposed to be a 6-week case.
What? It is one. Wait, no, guys, I really don't think you guys understand. They had 6 weeks out of their calendar planned for this case, and they rested a week and a half later.
I'm thinking maybe some of the witnesses didn't show or were combative. I mean, that's all I can think of.
The witness will.
I'm really speechless.
You and I both. I can't believe it.
I told y'all I read those articles and I was like, what? What do you mean? So I'm coming in here feeling out some type of way, but hey, man, I don't.
Closing arguments on Monday morning? What?
No. Closing arguments. It
She
sounds
said
like
closing
did he
argument.
say Monday morning or did they say
She said
tomorrow?
closing
Tomorrow.
argument. No, she said closing argument should be Monday
Monday.
morning. So that means Mr. Staff, he has only about 2 witnesses that he's going to bring. That's what that's meaning. Like all tomorrow, he's going to bring his witnesses, and then they're going to have closing arguments on Monday morning.
I don't know what DA thought that this was a smart case
Let
to
me
bring
finish,
like
Emma,
this.
because I'm returning everything that I brought back to Amazon. I'm returning everything back to Amazon.
I don't even feel like they were even trying with this case because I feel like I could have put on a better case than this.
I'm returning this back to Amazon. Watch this see. I can't believe that this is what we got today.
Yeah, no Kirk Burrows, nothing. Like I don't understand.
All we learned is that the feds really do be looking at y'all YouTube videos. If y'all going up there talking about Pootie and I done all of this other stuff, this gang related stuff on these internet and these podcasts, y'all really need to look out. They got people that are getting salaries just to clip and put together your information and give it to the feds on a disc. If you guys didn't know that that was a thing, it's a thing. It's a thing. That's the only witness we had. We had one witness. Rabbit, what do you feel?
Mark my words, Keefe D is going to be acquitted of this.
He has to be. If he doesn't, I'm marching. I'm going to Nevada and I'm marching. I'm buying I'm buying 20 books. Put up a poll now, Rabbit. How about you put up a poll now, Rabbit?
All of the evidence fell apart. Like the evidence is not even evidence.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Social media is going to be in an uproar right now. I know people are getting off of work. And oh my God.
Like you have nothing or nobody to substantially put him in Vegas. It's just his words.
Oh, what was I gonna say? Man, I have no words right now. I thought we just got started and then we ended. I was like, what? Wait, that was it? Now I will say those videos. You don't know what kind of a jury you're gonna sway with those videos, especially if this man is threatening Reggie Wright on the stand. Did you guys see that part? The camera faces Reggie and he's over here and he's, with his big ass situation. Like, what are you doing?
I didn't see what he did. That was the thing.
I didn't see
You
what
didn't
he did
see it?
either.
Oh, I'll show you. Because I went back and I was like, why
I thought he was just standing there.
This guy, man. Man.
You
It's
can add my
like,
vote to number 3.
I can't believe that our pre-show was longer than the goddamn show.
Yeah, like I thought they started off strong. I thought like the state was gonna bring a real good case, and
No,
flat.
I'm talking about it's crazy to me how our pre-show on this channel was longer than the actual witness in this case today.
all right, guys, let's go ahead and look at this because it doesn't even take that long. We're gonna watch this again, okay, guys? Let me show it to you. Add to the stage. Here we go. Okay, hold up. And for celebrities, if you want to come up, let me know. I saw you there. Then you dropped off. Hold up. Give me 1 sec, because I couldn't believe this. So they got the guy with the forensics, right? Okay, they get into it. Forensics guy. His name is whatever the hell his name is. He's an expert.
This was a waste of a jury's time today.
Here we go. They get into this. It's not very long, guys.
They're very small snippets of much larger and longer videos.
Yes, very much longer interviews.
In order? Let's do the book first.
You and Orlando and everyone else meets up. But you guys don't have any guns.
Who said that?
Well, it was in the book. Until Von Zip came in the picture.
All right, let's. I don't want to talk about that.
Okay,
Let's get that one.
but it is in the book.
Okay, yeah. Let them read about it.
Okay, and I guess Foxy Brown was with Zip.
Let them read about it.
Okay. Well, according to the book, which there's going to be a link in the video that you can actually order from.
That's right. Matter of fact, let me see my book.
You want to go ahead and show the book?
Yeah, let's show the book. Yeah, this is my book here. I would like you guys to buy it and get the real truth instead of from a cop or some fucking industry people, some bullshit. You getting it from a real motherfucker. So go get the book, and you can get the real truth about this whole situation. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead.
Somebody show Bruce Rivers that clip, please, and see what he has to say about this. Attorney, lawyer Bruce Rivers, I really like your show. Review that and tell me if that's the definition of self-snitching, but let me keep going.
And read from the book passage.
Okay.
On getting a gun for the Tupac hit. While we were waiting for the valet to bring out our cars, Zip seized the opportunity and called me over to his Benz. Zip was a big-time New York player, pimp, and hustler who used to come out to California and handle his business and kick it with us sometimes. As I walked up to the driver's side, I noticed the rapper Foxy Brown was in the car with Zip. So he instructed her to step out of the car and motioned for me to jump in. Zip had a hidden compartment, and he opened up, reached in, and pulled back a 40 Glock. He turned to me and said, "It's time to get the money."
Like I say, get your $20 and read about that part.
This is not a confession, though, to be fair. Right?
To be fair,
this is not a confession.
It's cringe as hell.
It is. Book promotion? Sure.
Absolutely.
Not a confession. All right.
Info commercial? Absolutely.
All right, let's keep going. You start seeing his face here.
He is embarrassed.
That mistress call.
You had cancer at one point?
Yeah.
I beat it.
Yeah.
Right? It was a colon cancer?
I told you I beat 3 of the baddest entities in the world. United States government, fucking cancer, in the streets.
He put his foot in his mouth with that one. I was like, oh, Lord. Let's keep going.
He may be able to add the Court of Nevada, too.
Here.
Let me tell you something, brother. Tupac never jumped on him. He was by himself. He didn't just, my nephew never jumped on no fucking Tupac. Come on, man. Tupac was wrong with 2 left fucking shoes, man. I mean, don't you think he was wrong? Honestly.
I mean, yeah, I think he could have, reacted in a better way.
You listen, Obi. You don't think that man is wrong?
He could have reacted in a better way, I guess. I mean,
I'm talking Vlad is his fucking biggest fan. He admitted that man is wrong, man.
I mean, yeah, man. I mean, he was wrong,
man.
man, but that was only done out of loyalty, man.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. He never jumped. My nephew didn't jump on him. He jumped on my nephew, a kid, man. My nephew was a fucking kid. Them was grown ass men, dude.
I don't.
You know what I'm saying?
A kid that was
That's why
gangbanging.
he had on that jersey. He's a fucking kid, dude. You know what I'm saying? They was wrong. My nephew never jumped on him. They jumped on my nephew. My nephew didn't throw a punch, man. Shit was wrong, dude. Jumped on the fucking kid, dude.
And then, as part of your duties working for the Clark County District Attorney's Office, did you also receive a video from the courtroom proceedings in this case?
I did.
And did you receive that one?
This shit is crazy right here. It's like okay, let me stop. Let me play
Go
it.
ahead.
Y'all get
Go
ready
ahead,
for
girl.
this one.
Go ahead, because I'm ready for this one.
Television network, and another view that you synced up.
Yes, I did.
And how do you do that?
I use Adobe Premiere Pro. I took both videos, entered them into the same timeline, and then set them side by side and synced them up so that they played. It's the same video. It's the same video from different angles.
And I'm going to approach show you State's Proposed Exhibit 166. Did you actually put that compilation on a video? And then, I'm sorry, did you put that video on a CD?
I did.
And is this the CD that you put it on?
Yes, it is.
All right. Your Honor, this time it's going to move 166 as evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
This time state's going to publish 166.
I have everyone back here at 3:40. Please rise for the jury.
At that time when
Oh
Reggie Wright Jr.
my!
is sitting.
Let me
What
me
happened? I still
stop.
have not seen what happened.
Okay, go back a little bit. Look who's on the stand. Look who's on the
Look who's
stand.
in their wheelchair, their little bicycle.
Look at that. Reggie Wright is right there. And what they did, the guy's telling you, he used Adobe Premiere to basically side by side the clip. This is live on the court. You got Michael, Mr. Michael Sand right there next to him, right?
Mhm.
Look at that other side. Reggie right there. Attorney Michael's right next to what is his name? Keefe, right? Reggie right there. Attorney Michael. See, Attorney Michael's talking to Keefe. And then what does Keefe do? He looks straight. He's not even thinking that the camera's facing him at all times. He's looking straight at Reggie and giving some kind of subliminal. Look at this shit. Let me go back a little bit. Hold up. Go watch it again.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
This time state's going to publish 166.
He knows it's coming too.
I have everyone back here at 3:40. Please rise for the jury.
What the hell did he say to Reggie there?
Okay, now I see.
Now
You
let's get
know
to the phone call with the mistress. Hold up. We gonna talk about the.
Bro,
Let me get
that's
to the,
what I want to talk about.
we gotta talk about the mistress. Oh,
Girl,
my.
Miss Paula
At that
ain't
time
gonna
when,
like that.
Reggie Wright
Or
Jr.
will
is
she?
sitting in front of the witness stand that Mr. Davis is mouthing words at Reggie Wright Jr.
Yes.
As part of your duties with the Clark County District Attorney's Office, did you also have access to calls that Mr. Davis made since September of 2023?
I did.
And did I ask you to review some of those calls?
You did.
And did I ask you to clip some portions of those calls for the purpose of a presentation here today?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 164. Is this CD the CD that you prepared containing those clips of calls?
Yes, it is.
All right, at this time, State's going to move 164 to evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
This time, State's going to publish State's Exhibit 164. We'll go on chronological order. So can we play that 10, 12, 23?
Yeah, everything gonna play out pretty well. Everything gonna do. They just trying to use the words out there against me, but they can't do that shit. So.
Well, shit, they trying it.
Well. I didn't break the thing that fucking Greg hated. Shit.
I just wish you would have never did, dog. You know, just let that. Oh, you would probably would have been there. No, I forgot. I just wish you would have never talked to that man. You know.
Yeah, you're right. I know. I should have just went on and did that little.
Stop doing all them interviews and that. Just never did none of that shit. Just I should have. Whatever happened. You know.
Yeah, you're right.
Everybody, that shit all over. All you see on Instagram, that all that shit. I'm like, damn, this shit is viral.
Now, Mr. Stair, you've listened to this calls maybe one
All
or
right.
two or more times. Is that fair?
That's fair.
I still don't think that is an admission of anything. He wrote the book, didn't write the book. We didn't even get into the book, and they rested. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But at the same
like
time,
you said, there's not a lot there.
there's still not a lot there.
There's
He right
all
threatened
they're
Reggie.
doing. All they're really doing is showing that, yeah, he stood by the story, but the defense still has this argument. What about it? Because there's still plenty of room to argue that this was a work of fiction. So just playing all this stuff over and over, yeah, like I said, it reaffirms. It does help the state reaffirm their own position. Yeah, that Keefe stood by this story. You know, he didn't stand by. He didn't stand by because he thought it was a work of fiction. He stood by because he wanted people to believe the story. Okay, cool. But then we still have the defense side of it. We haven't really gotten into because again, the witness wasn't available today. They're going to have that tomorrow. we're hopefully what I'm looking forward to. I think it was. Did Yusuf come up? His name?
No, they
His name didn't come.
rested, Joe. They
No,
rested.
state rested. Yeah, no,
Yes,
state rested. But who was Yusuf was the what did he do for the book? He was not a
he was a
co-writer or he's
co-writer,
co-author. Yeah, he was a
co-author.
co-author. Okay, okay. So what the defense was talking about in the motion you sent me is that there are some writings that need to be included under what's called the rule of completeness. The text information is admitted, right, for the state's purpose, but then the other side of it is you have to admit everything that's relevant to that piece to fully contextualize it so you don't mislead the jury.
So here's the deal. Can I
Yeah, what's
add
up?
something to it? Because I think you're going to go to this point too. So like, shout out to my boo Suits, who said he never once said that it was a work of fiction. I do believe it was said that it was at the very beginning, there was a disclaimer of the book that I'm pretty sure was read. Y'all remind me in the chat. Wasn't there a disclaimer in the book that was read that said something to the effect of, whether something was fake or information or yada, 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 something in the beginning. But go ahead, Joe. I do wonder about that.
So what I was saying is that because pursuant to that rule of completeness, that there are some writings missing that would contextualize what was written, what went into the final product. And so that was implied in the motion you sent me. So what I'm looking for, I'm waiting to see how the defense pulls that off. I want to see if those came in, because I want to see how they intend to cast doubt using those other writings under those rules. So we need to give it a little bit more time before I'm certain. But at the same time, it's a criminal case. I don't think the state made a compelling case. I think they made a suspicious case, not a compelling case. So I'm not sold beyond a reasonable doubt. I will agree this man is a suspicious figure, but I don't believe this is the kind of evidence we need in our criminal courts to lock people up.
Okay,
Joe,
here it is.
Joe, what would you have needed for them to have made that case for you, though?
Well, nobody there. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Nobody's there putting him at the scene. Nobody's. So what do we have? We have Ingrid, and that was her name, right? Ingrid.
Ingrid didn't see her.
Yeah, and Suge Knight would have been, by my count, the two best witnesses, because let's like Ingrid, for example. So Ingrid said she was one of the girls that said, "Look, it's Pac, right?" And that's in the book. But her story is so far before the book happened. There's a lot of static coming in. Is that me, by the way?
I think it is you.
Okay, I don't know where that's coming from exactly. Okay, but you can hear me okay?
I can hear you okay.
Okay. So anyway, her story is so far, it happened so, the first time she went public was so long before the book was written and released that defense could even say, yeah, Keith just used that to complete his work of fiction.
Well,
let
me get you the disclaimer. This is a little bit of the disclaimer. It says,
Sure.
okay, because I do remember, and I'm glad Vicky said it too, because I said I remember they read the disclaimer. It says it contains a standard publisher disclaimer stating that the authors, more than one, and publishers assume no responsibility for errors, inaccuracies, omissions, or any inconsistencies within the text.
Right.
So I know people are saying that, he published it as a memoir. I don't think it really matters. He could have published it as a cookbook. I don't know. I just don't think that it really matters how you publish it. I mean,
well, the whole thing is, even though this is a confession, he's still a witness. He would still be a witness, and it follows the same rules. So witness statements have to be independently verified. We don't just take everything at face value, and that's why I sent you that piece last week that happened around here in Southern California, in Fontana, where a man confessed after 17 hours of interrogation. He confessed to killing his father after 17 hours in the interview room. And then sometime after that, his father went to that same police department and said, "I can't find my son." And that man got a $900,000 settlement because the officers, the government did not use due diligence. That is exactly why we do not take witness statements at face value, even if you think that's the guy who did it.
So
It's
so this is when it was read. It was when Michael Dorsey was up on the stand. Okay, and Sands asked him. I'm looking at the transcript. He said the attorney asked him, "Okay, how about Compton Street Legends book? Do you have anything at all in here that would indicate to a reader that hey, can't verify the information that's in this book?" Dorsey answers, "I don't recall." Then attorney says, "Okay, if you turn with me inside this book in the table of contents, you see that on the left hand side, there's a portion that is in there, correct?" Dorsey answers yes. Attorney says, "In that portion, does it say that even though the authors and publishers have made every effort to ensure the accuracy and completeness of the information contained in this book, we assume no responsibility for errors, inaccuracies, omissions, or inconsistencies herein?"
Right.
There's your disclaimer, guys.
And right, but now remember it's the same thing, because even though the disclaimer says that, well, we're not responsible for inaccuracies. Okay, so the defense can use that and say, well, it can say it just as a reminder, they may not necessarily use due diligence and authenticate every statement that's made. However, that is not a substitute or an excuse for poor due diligence on the part of the state. They still have their own work to do. So this, like I said, the rules are still the same, that they have to independently verify these statements. And again, I missed this truck. I had a lot going on this week, so I missed a lot
you're
of this.
fine.
Ingrid and Suge Knight. Now Suge's he's not even talking here. He
was supposed to be a
up.
witness. That's why I was like, the arrested. I mean, let me shut up now, but y'all go ahead. I mean, let me know what you guys think, because I am just I don't know what shocks me more. What
Well,
we
really,
saw
or
the rest of it.
Yeah, and like I said, I thought from the get-go this was a bit of a weak case. I thought there's just something important missing. And that's what the motion was talking about. That there's plenty of evidence that Keith was in a gang, and there's obviously that's an underlying issue here, but there wasn't enough to identify Keith specifically. There wasn't enough. And that's where I was underwhelmed by the case. Like I said, he's obviously a suspicious figure, but we don't just throw people in prison because they're suspicious figures. There's still work to be done. And it's a 30-year-old case. It was a cold case until this dumbass decided to write a book. It was a different time. And it's not like today where everybody writes it down on the internet for the world to see. Even the cell phone information from 20 years ago, I don't even know how long service providers would have kept their own copies, or if they did. So even 20 years ago, this would have been a hard one to solve. It's bottom line. It just looks like they took too long, and I don't buy it. He could still get convicted. There's a difference between looking at the evidence and looking at the jury. And the jury still might convict. Personally, it's just not a compelling case to me. So that's really all I got to say about it.
Ty, what do you got to say?
I gotta say, the only one that made the smartest decision is Corey Edwards to go over there to Cuba and to Bali. He the smartest one out of this whole thing. Corey Edwards know that they was going to be in court for a week and 4 days. All right. Corey said, "I'm not wasting my time. They don't have no case. Without me, I'm out." He's the smartest one. Everybody else is fools. My money's on Corey.
I agree, because I think he could have made the difference in this case.
Yeah.
My money's on Corey.
I don't, and that's where I'm at too, Vicky. Because I asked myself the same question. Everybody wrote a book. Who's to say he didn't just rewrite what was already out there? Everybody wrote a book.
Yeah, that's my point.
All these officers wrote a book. So who's telling the truth?
Yes, but everybody confessed to being in the car killing Tupac.
Yeah, they went to the grand jury. Let me add to this. They went to the grand jury, and what did they say at the grand jury? That they had the evidence for the true bill on the Monte Carlo. Here I'm thinking, oh, finally a receipt that has his name on it, a date, and it's gonna put him there, and we don't even have that.
Yeah, the standard in the grand jury is very low. So there's two standards that are at play here: probable cause and preponderance of the evidence. So for the second one, it's the lowest standard we have, more likely true than not. What the grand jury does ultimately is vote and decide if the government has provided enough probable cause to move forward with the crime, to move forward with the charges. Now, to understand that burden of proof, more likely true than not. In other words, there are two possibilities. Guess which one you like better, and there is no wrong answer. That's how low that standard is. So we move forward with this case, with this grand jury. That's where the saying comes from, by the way. You can indict a ham sandwich. It's an old saying because, the grand jury standard is so low. Yeah, that's exactly why. And because defense doesn't have any counsel, they're not allowed inside the grand jury. They're not even necessarily supposed to know there was a grand jury. So they don't even have anybody in there to represent them. So there is such a low standard that you could end up with charges brought on somebody who probably didn't do a damn thing. But again, because the standard is so low, maybe the DA might have exaggerated a bit. Now, the DA is not allowed to lie to the grand jury, but they do have a lot of discretion when it comes to representing the facts, to the point where they can exaggerate a little bit without actually violating the rules.
So let me I'm curious too, Brandon, what did you have to say? Because I know, Brandon, you were like adamant. You were like, Rabbit, are you team Keefe? And I'm like, no, I'm not. But this process is so weird. But go ahead. I'm curious to know what you think, Brandon, on this one. Now, where are you at? Where's your head at now?
I just think after 30 years, this case that they put on, it's going to be an acquittal. It's going to be a flat-out acquittal. I don't even think at this point that this is going to be a hung jury. I think it's going to be a flat-out acquittal. Because I just think that they didn't bring the final hammer to say, hey, look, we can put him there. He was there. Like, even the evidence, like you said, the evidence falls apart. Like, they don't even have the evidence of the receipt. I mean, they don't have the actual receipt, right? Nor do they have the date and time that the receipt was taken or anything. It's like, what do you have? What's putting him there?
Let me take it back a bit, because I was rewatching the defense opening statements, and the defense attorney asked, was telling the jury, you have to ask yourself, is this real, or is this a work of fiction? So now let me ask everybody, do you believe this was intended to be real, or do you understand this as a work of fiction yet?
It ain't up to me.
That is a dangerous place to be at, because then we're going to be going through people's YouTube channels, people's words. Like if I say, y'all, I robbed a bank at 21 and I read a memoir about it and how I got away with it. And then there was a robbery that occurred, in such year, right? Like, I'm a little concerned about that. But at the same time, it's like, well, you can't be reckless at the mouth. I mean, you never know. This jury might find him guilty of murder and, with the special circumstance. But my thing is that they didn't do a good job. This is sloppy work, in my opinion. I don't know.
Joe, I find it very ironic that you brought up that you can indict a ham sandwich. This actually is the ham sandwich case, right? You have the cheese, the bread, the mayonnaise, the lettuce, all corroborating that the ham was there, but we ain't got no goddamn ham.
Did you just liken Keefe D to a ham?
I'm leaving, guys. Y'all have a great day.
I'm not saying it wasn't funny. I'm just asking if that's what you did.
Yeah, Keefe D is the ham. He's the part of the story that we need. Like, this is crazy. It's all over.
I don't know, man.
It's like a good date that you're just like going on.
I thought you were going to say he was a Philly cheesesteak or something. I don't know.
Well, listen. Y'all have the ham? Are y'all satisfied with the sandwich that the case has prepared for you? Are you satisfied? You thought you were going to get a ham sandwich. You don't even have that. You have a mayo sandwich.
I'm still hungry. It wasn't enough.
We didn't even take break. You know how many no, I'm calling the state right now because she fucked up. They messed up my day because now I don't know what to do. I was prepared to be up here for
No, we were supposed to be here for like another 4 weeks. We weren't ready for this.
I have to call into work and tell them that I don't need an extended vacation now.
We're not even going to make it to the anniversary date.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that, because literally, you're right. Like, we could find a verdict, Monday? If not, maybe Friday? We don't even know how long it's going to take for tomorrow. And we starting late tomorrow, too. Did I hear that correctly, guys? Or am I making things up? Yeah.
was
I'm telling you
prepared
guys,
for
I
a
was
ham
ready for
sandwich.
6 weeks.
I was ready, and I got coleslaw. That's all I got is coleslaw.
Wow.
After 30 years, I just expected more. Like I expected there to be something that just nailed this down. I mean, after 30 years and so many documentaries and books and everything, like I would just think there was so much more to put on that we got nothing from. I mean, everything we got in this court case, we already knew.
I
I
just,
mean,
yeah, like Brennan, honestly, I think that if he is found guilty, which, again, respectfully to the jury, I think that the jury is a good jury. That they ask, we don't know them, right? They ask really
right.
good questions, guys. Honestly, if you think about when they went back, then they were answering, they weren't just sitting there sleeping through this. They were asking some really compelling questions. And I think they have a really heavy job on them. But I will say that if he is found guilty of this, I still don't think that there's justice for Tupac in any way whatsoever, because to me in my heart is like, there's so many people that were involved in this.
Well,
Too
hell,
many.
we still got to wait for the jurors to write their books about this because
They're-
they're gonna write books about this case as well. I mean, give interviews and everything else. So I mean, it's like it's gonna be never ending, but at the same time, I don't feel like justice was even served. Like at this point, I feel like Nevada just put on a case just to say, "Hey, we did it. We gave it a try. It didn't work. Okay, we're moving on now. It's case closed at this point."
But it opened a can of worms, honestly, I think, for a lot of people.
On the
And
record, as far as the record is concerned, it did open up a lot of cans.
But it left
Yeah.
us
So
with
maybe
more questions than answers.
so
Exactly.
maybe we have more toppings for our sandwich in the future. Is that what's going on?
Joe, you're the one that brought the ham sandwich
No.
analogy here. You're gonna have to say
So
something about
maybe
that.
we have entered more the pickles, the lettuce, the tomatoes. Oh,
I can't,
boy.
man. And that's the thing is, and I feel like ultimately, Tupac had a family, right? And that's, you got his siblings are up there every day. And even his sister gave an interview and she said that she didn't think that there was going to be an outcome that was, satisfying at this point. And I kind of agree, because it's like, well, maybe because she's of the belief that there were so many other individuals involved. You know what I mean? Like there were so many. And I kind of feel like, I mean, the fact, the letdown of not having an arrest sooner, waiting 30 plus
Yeah.
years, that's injustice in itself.
I think if they had done this back in 96, 97, it would be a different outcome. But I think it's been too much time and there's no evidence that could really make this case other than somebody putting him there.
Well,
And
more importantly, forgive me for interrupting, but more importantly, remember that evidence is also missing. Files are missing.
Yes.
And that's, I don't know, we don't know when they went missing. It's not really relevant here.
And-
Point is, we can't use it today.
And I'll say the fact of there being that fake gun involved, that gives reasonable doubt. Like that they can't be trusted. Like nobody in this case really can be trusted.
Corey's on the run.
Yeah.
There's that. And then
And-
the people that we thought were going to be testifying aren't testifying. I mean, at the very least, I was like, this is a mess, man. But you know
Because
what?
now it raises questions as to, did the state know that they were going to have a short case, that they didn't need these other witnesses? Like,
They
Hayden,
made an active choice,
need
right?
you.
I don't know how they
What made
thought
them
that this
stop
was
at 23?
enough.
Say that again.
I don't know how they thought
The
this was
evidence
enough.
made them stop at 23. That's what made them stop at 23. They got doggone evidence.
But if they said we have 200 plus people, right? That's what they said. 200 plus witnesses, and you only called 24, excuse me, because this would have been the 24th. I don't know, y'all. I mean, look.
Because what I'm thinking is, you're not going to always need everybody. So as the case progresses, I might not need you anymore because we've taken a different path. My other theory, or my other passage that I was going down as far as the state is concerned, that actually is not a smart path right now, because said things happen, right? So then you have, okay, well, process of elimination. We're not bringing Suge. We're not bringing Caden. We don't need them. We're resting on Thursday. Little do we all know.
I think there was a breakdown with something involving this case because
please.
my thing is, if you couldn't get Corey, you should have been able to get Foxy Brown to at least say he was there that night. And she got out the car, he got in the car. If you'd have had that at the most, I think that'd have been like, okay, all right, yeah, he was there. Like, because that gives you the crux of what you need to say that he was there, he got the gun from Zip, and he got in the car. That's the case.
Brandon, they didn't even show, that police report, right? That Khadijah Lynn, I think I was talking about it earlier. They didn't even show that. So to me, there is a problem with the evidence in itself. That was in the Kading files. So it's like, you can't even use Kading's own freaking work. Right.
That's why I believe that they did not bring Caden, because if you bring Caden, anything that Caden is attached to, then it's potentially
reasonable doubt.
It's compromised, number one, and it's also adding everything he brings as far as evidence, right?
Yeah.
So if you bring Caden, then you got to bring in, then you can bring in the Corey Edwards. If you bring in Corey Edwards, you can bring in Caden. You know what I'm saying? Through the evidence, the foundation. You know what I mean? Because you got to establish foundation, and then you have your questioning and whatever through the witnesses. That's why it's important for you to be here. That's why Corey Edwards is not here, and that's why Mr. Caden is not here.
And that's what I'm saying.
Because they didn't want to open up that can of worms.
I think that Corey Edwards could have been their last witness, and he could have sewn this up and said, "Hey, yes, Keefe D was there in Vegas that weekend. We went to the liquor store together. He got out the car. He got into the other car. If that one witness could have sewn all that up, I would say that we probably would be at a conviction."
Well, they wanted him to be there, but he said he's going to Cuba.
Yeah.
He's in Bali. Khadijah, you want me to drop the link, love? You want to come up? I got a couple more minutes because I'm like, y'all, like, huh?
Khadijah, I need to hear you, mommy.
Because
this is crazy. In a murder trial, y'all?
It's a murder, man. Woo! It's a murder trial. This is why I'm like, why are we playing?
I'm going to say this. Maybe we're looking at this through a different lens, because maybe we're looking at this as he has to be convicted of murder. But at the same time, his charges are for him to be the person who orchestrated it, not that he actually committed the murder.
And Brandon, this is a good point here. Why would Corey come in if it's a possibility that he could also be the shooter?
That was crazy. I had a feeling, though, if they were going to end it, it was going to be with them YouTube videos. But I'm just disappointed. Like, I don't understand what was the point of, 6 weeks. You guys are frozen. Are you guys frozen?
We hear you.
I thought you guys look like you were stuck or something. I was like,
no, I'm just disappointed and just trying to figure out how the rest of my day is going to go. Go ahead, girl.
Yeah, I'm just disappointed. Like, I had a feeling if they were really going to rest, which I thought it was true, it was going to be with them YouTube videos. Forgot about the prison call. Should have thought about that.
Yeah,
definitely suspected that. I really don't get the Reggie Wright thing. Like, that was something for the judge to handle, but whatever, it was entertaining. But other than that, I'm disappointed. Like, how do you go from 6 weeks to not even a week and a half? Like,
yeah.
And there were so many witnesses. Like, you had 200 and you got to 24 or 25? That's crazy.
The argument isn't whether he wrote the book or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because
no, it is in a way, because he's saying he didn't write it. Yeah. If you listen to him, he's saying he did not write that book. But in that prison call, which, if you remember, I think you talked about it too. I talked about it. It was released somehow right before this started. And I'm
this is
not good.
Would he have been better off saying, yeah, I wrote the book, but it was fiction?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, like, to say you didn't write it and then...
I embellished it, something.
Yeah.
But if the state felt like...
it.
But if the state felt like they had such a strong case, why didn't they just bring in Yusuf Jah and have him up there and confirm? Yeah, he wrote this. I helped him with the spell check. I don't know. I'm just thinking.
Because you're definitely going to need that.
Thought process. Like, they're listening. Why are you running your mouth not only 1,000,001 times in interviews and everything? You're also doing it in prison. Like.
And mind you, before he talks, it's coming on the call saying this call is being recorded.
He knows that. Like, he's been to jail.
That's what I'm saying. I want to see a psychological evaluation.
Yeah, no, seriously. Like, I
There's
don't
still
think he's
nobody
okay.
never said nothing like that or never introduced that at all in this case, and I just find that very
And that last one
irresponsible.
too, it shows like his anger of Tupac again. And we heard that in one of the other interviews, but I'm like, why is he saying this on a prison call? Like,
I'm not
I
talking.
ain't
You're not
never
gonna
been
be
to
able to
prison, and
call
I
me.
know that.
You're not calling me. I'm not even talking to my lawyer. If it's visitation and you're downstairs in the meeting hall, that's the only time I'm talking. I'm not chatty patty on the phone. Yeah, it was wrong. It was wrong.
But
I'm not doing none of that.
here's the other thing we have to look at too, though. But Mob James's testimony kind of hurt him in a way because there was more there that he wouldn't allude, like that he alluded to, but he wouldn't tell.
Yeah, he made him look guilty. I even
Yeah.
heard that from a couple lawyers' perspective. Like, even though he kept saying, like, I don't want to say something, but when he says, I don't want to put him in jail, that's like, oh, like, you're not telling, but at the same time, you're telling. Like, so I don't think he, like, thought about it like that, but he's not directly saying it. But at the same time, he is saying it by pointing, I don't want to put him in prison. Like,
Yeah. So
what do you think?
I don't know. I'm still, even
I
though it
can't
was
even hear
short and I
nobody
missed
else.
up.
Is other people talking?
Yeah, Kadisha Lynn.
Can you guys hear me?
I can't. I don't know why I can't hear Kadisha. I can't hear.
you might want to come in and out. We hear you, Kadisha. You might want to come in and out.
I'm just disappointed, really, that it was so short. Like, I think, like, for all of us, it would have been important, like, for Foxy Brown. Corey Edwards was another one to get, but at the same time, I think I'm still 70-30 just because how much Keefe D talks. I mean,
Yeah.
it's getting to a point where it's ridiculous. His own words, I'm 70-30, is what's gonna put him away.
People are saying in the chat, like, it's whether it's written as a fiction or nonfiction. So this is what I looked up. In a criminal case, the cover label of a book, fiction versus nonfiction, does not dictate its admissibility as evidence, but it heavily influences how the jury evaluates its credibility. If a defendant writes a book containing details that mere real world crime, a judge decides whether to admit it based on the rules of evidence, not the publisher's marketing genre. The label changes how both sides use the text. Now, the context matters, not the label. So a judge, okay, wait. Oh, Mar's up here too. Shout out to Mar. A judge looks for probative value, whether that text proves or disproves fact. If the book label is fiction, contains highly sensitive or specific, accurate details about an unsolved crime that only the perpetrator would know, it can be admitted into evidence. Mar, what do you think? You just came up here, love. How are you? Ooh, super fell out. Okay.
I'm okay, Rabbit. I just wanted to share some of my feelings because this is, I don't
go
know
for
why it might be my monthly because it's that time of the month.
Got
This
you.
really, this really disappointed me because it meant a lot to me. You know, coming from these streets, those exactly streets, hearing Inglewood, hearing Compton, hearing Lakewood. I mean, my husband and I making it through those days, we felt so forgotten. We felt so like every day was a struggle. We felt like nobody paid attention to us. Who was going to die today? My lullabies were gunshots at night. Literally, I would hear those at night. Being down the street from LAX, moving out of the area, I couldn't sleep for days because I couldn't hear the airplanes moving your ceiling. That's how low they would get. So this meant a lot to me. And I know it might sound funny to a lot of you, but hearing his music, he was a human being too. I expected so much more. And it feels like this was a dud. And it feels like they never paid attention to us then. They never cared. And that's every day of my teenage life. Every damn day of my teenage life. Seeing the poverty, seeing my friends die, seeing my friends not make it. And this was just a freaking dud. A dud. I'm sorry. That's all.
Thank you. And that's very important. That's important.
Like I said, it's that time of the month. So maybe that's just it. Because usually I don't give a...
No, but that
you know.
right
Damn, I'm the
there
hard
is
one of the family. I'm the one that's always there. But this is just like, seriously, bro? This is what you guys came out? It almost feels like the DA must have said, like, we're not bringing enough money to Vegas, so just stop it right now. It almost feels like like my one day off, and I was excited. And then this just feels like we were never heard. I'm sure a lot of us feel this way. I'm
And that's
sure
why
I'm
your
not
voice
the
is
only
so
one that was
important.
waking up every day, going to school, hearing all the. I walked home from school one day, and my sister grabbed me and pushed me to the floor because they shot at someone right in front of us. Those are the things my sister and I and brothers sit down and talk about. Who the hell else does that? Who the
Yeah.
hell else does that? And to make it and see this case and think, man, here it is, finally, finally. Man, come on, government, come on. We didn't mean nothing. We were just another number, and that's all we are still. That's all we are still.
She
Whew.
cleared
Thank you,
that.
Rabbit, for the
She
time.
got it.
No, I
She
appreciate
got
you,
it.
Mar. You already know, man. You know I love you very much, Mar, and I
That
hope you're
was
doing well.
it.
And I'm glad that you joined us. Like literally
Yeah, we
having you
needed
here
that.
means a lot. Thank
It
you,
just,
Mar.
yeah, it just feels like
Yeah.
reading the transcripts was better than this. We did more research.
Didn't I
Yeah.
say
Like,
that?
I could have gone up there and called myself Miss Lugo, attorney of whatever, whatever, MSW, whatever.
I got you.
And gotten paid and then just said, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, you're right. We did, man. It was a lot of, and shout out to everybody because you guys helped out with those too. I mean, the week before, we literally took that whole week just to review those transcripts, review them. You guys know, man, fighting with Pablo on the phone, like, totally things like that. And you guys that donate, I appreciate every one of you guys because it's like it prepped us. And so to me, I was really excited because I'm like, okay, wow, we really get in there. We go in there and look what the DA has. They got some stuff. And now it's like, what? What was really? This is it?
Well, I'm also
Yeah.
thinking maybe
Yeah.
they thought that.
But you know what, you guys, I have to keep getting ready. I just wanted to let it out and let you guys,
Thank
some
you
of you
so
guys
much.
know
We
how
needed
we
that.
felt back in those days growing up. I must have been like, 13, 14. It was rough. It
Yeah.
was rough. And it's stuff that sometimes I think maybe I have PTSD from and nobody ever caught it, But it was just rough. And Ty, I'm having so much fun listening to you. And Joe, I mean, you make so much sense. I think like this man thinks just like me. Like, oh my God, I'm having so much fun. Ty, you have a big future if you keep it up. I keep cracking up. I keep cracking up to everything you say. I subscribed. You have a big future if you just keep moving forward with this.
Thank you
You
so much,
guys,
sweetheart.
Rabbit, all of you up there. I have this is like some of my little getaway when I'm stressed out. You guys do a great
Absolutely.
job. Thank you.
Yes.
I have to go, Rabbit. Thank you.
Ándale.
Bye,
Thank you so much,
love.
Mar. Appreciate you,
Tengan un buen
Mar.
día. Que Dios los bendiga.
Ándale.
Pórtense
Gracias,
bien.
Mar.
Bye bye.
I'm also thinking that maybe the DA thought that this case was becoming too much to keep up with for the
That's what she
jury.
said. Mhm.
Yeah, like it just may have been too much, like to try to listen to all of this audio from him, and it just may have been making things too difficult to keep up with. So
I feel like they should have wrapped the bow though with certain witnesses. Like it wouldn't have been confusing. Foxy Brown. I know they had trouble with Corey
Yep.
Edwards, but there's so many people that they could use to kind of wrap that all together, and they just didn't do it. I mean, I get your own words are always something that is very strong, but if you can, he's fighting, saying he's lying. So if you corroborate that with like somebody else putting him there, saying
It
they
makes
were
it the
there,
truth.
seeing him
Yeah.
there, it's that's it, so much
Yeah.
stronger. So I'm so disappointed. I'm really disappointed for all of Tupac's family. I've always been a big Tupac fan, and it's just disappointing. Like even if he's found guilty already, like even they believe there's so much more to this, but the way the government presented this, yes, we all heard all of these interviews for years now. I just feel like they had a chance to give us so much more and they fell short. And even not just us, like his family so much more.
Yeah.
Like show that these things that were being said, profiting off of Tupac's life, are true. Like, I don't know. It makes me sad, for real.
Yeah, and just like Mars said, I'm so glad she came up and said that, because she represents a demographic of people that were entrenched in that life, right? In that culture, in that atmosphere, in that community. They are let down as well, right? They see some of themselves in this case. You know what I'm saying? And so they wanted something and they didn't get it as well. So I'm so glad she came up and she, said that, because that is also the people outside of, what we're doing that are still affected by this case. It's just crazy.
I think it's just, yeah, we can hear you now. Super Saiyan, can you hear us?
Okay. Yeah.
It's a reflection, I think, of like, this is one, but there's so many cases out there of the injustices that occur, right?
So many.
They get ignored, that it takes like years, and it's like, and you're right, but it's also a reminder of, there's certain aspects that, I don't know, it's this idea, it's just a reminder of the fact that it's the injustices that happen overall, and many of they don't even get the coverage that they get, as far as cases and whatnot. But yeah, Super Saiyan, do you have something to say? Sorry, love, because your sound was in and out.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell was going on. People were saying I need to turn on my camera for my sound to work.
Yeah, turn on your camera for your sound to work.
Hold on. Okay. That was kind of wild, not gonna lie. That was kind of wild. That felt kind of rushed.
Did you guys read anywhere else, like before you came to the stream today? Had you guys heard anywhere else that they were going to arrest? Am I the only one that talked about the fact that they were going to arrest?
You're the only one, because I didn't even believe you.
There's multiple articles, and then that girl, I can't think of her name, that she worked at death row and she's been at the court hearing. She said the same thing. Yeah, SK. Yeah, I've been following her, and she said it yesterday too. And I just had a feeling, and one thing I do think, another thing they fell flat on, like, he did so many YouTube videos. So I'm like, if they really are going to end, they're going to incorporate this being one of the last things. They have to. But you like played like 2 seconds. Like, I would have at least, like, if it was me, played him kind of, even though we've heard it a million times, reiterating like the same story on there also, which they didn't really do. They only put the part of him talking about the weapon.
I think you're gonna hear a lot of it in the closing.
It's kind of weird. Like, they didn't have him, because he did it multiple times explaining the same story. So I'm kind of surprised that they didn't put in a longer clip of him detailing the events one more time. Hey, this is even closer to when the time he got arrested, saying the same thing. So
that's weird, because so when I read that article last night, I shouldn't have read it, but I lost sleep over it. I was like, what? And that's what my mind went into, like all these places of like, wait a minute, they're gonna rest, they can't rest. And then it just and that's why I was posting in the middle of the night, y'all. I was posting in the middle of the night my post, and so I thought maybe everybody had heard the news already, and I was just a slow one that didn't know. So well, there you go. I guess I predicted, or at least I read correctly. I didn't predict it. It was said, and then it did happen. I didn't even hear them say the state rests. I didn't hear them say that.
I did. I was mouth open, but I had a feeling. As soon as I seen the YouTube video, I'm like, oh, yep, they're arrested. I already knew. As soon as I seen it, I'm like, oh my gosh, they really are about to do it. They're done. I was so mad.
Oh my God. Corey Edwards, you can come back.
Right, and like, what were they going to end on? Corey Edwards? Like, how you go from looking to arrest him, and then you just going to, like, you could have gave it a couple more days, like, prolong
Corey,
it a
you can
bit,
come
try to
back.
find Corey.
Corey was somewhere else. Well, what are you guys? I mean, I guess we're on tomorrow. In the noon. Did I hear correctly? I feel like I repeated that question twice.
Right. I don't know what I don't even know. I don't know what happened after the state rest. Yeah. After that, I was done with the whole case.
I'm gonna have to go listen again to figure out. So, we on tomorrow, but y'all know I go an hour before. So if you want to stop by, you guys are more than welcome. Any final thoughts before we end? Because I'm beat, you guys.
I'm actually gonna push up my stream to 30 minutes from now.
Are you?
So
what are you gonna be talking about, Ty? If you want to tell the
I'm
people,
going through the Matthew Jeffries,
Mike Jeffries.
Mike Jeffries. Sorry,
Mike
my
Jeffries.
bad.
No, I always
His
get those two confused.
what is it? His competency letter.
Guys,
paperwork?
Mike Jeffries, for those who don't know, is the Abercrombie and Finch CEO, right?
Yes.
Who has that RICO case. Kadisha, did you hear about that one too? That trial's happening in October, and it's
Yes.
going to be in New York.
I followed that
Absolutely.
big because it's tied in
Yep.
from where I'm from. The CEO of Abercrombie and what's his name? I can't think of it right now. Victoria's Secret.
So
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
so
the
that
owner of
guy,
Victoria's Secret.
there's
Can't
not
think
going to be any cameras in that. I'm gonna have to figure out transcript because there's not going to be any
Rabbit.
cameras, huh?
Is that in the Southern District of New York, right?
I think it is in the Southern
Eastern. I
District
think
of
it's
New York.
Eastern. Hold on, let me see.
Eastern? I thought it was the same one
Um,
as Diddy.
I hope
One
it is
second.
because if so, Inner City Press.
It's
That's the
Eastern
only
District
way.
of New York.
That's the only way we kept up. What is it?
Eastern. United States Attorney,
Shit.
Eastern District of New York.
Dang it! I missed Inner City Press.
Whoa, we gonna want the transcripts on that one because y'all, that guy is that guy.
Or
needs
we
to
could
be
just,
locked
we
up.
could stalk the pacer. That's all that, pacer.
Are you guys
transcripts?
following Little Dirk's trial right now?
Oh,
I'm not.
girl. So after he wore that Apple Watch at the airport, I said, I'm not watching this shit.
I'm watching it a little
You
bit.
keep
I'm like,
bringing
dang,
up
it's
the
crazy.
Apple Watch, man.
I keep on bringing up that Apple Watch. Do you have an Apple Watch? Don't pick on me, because don't do it. It's not gonna be good for you, Super Saiyan.
Traumatized by the Apple Watch, yo.
I'm traumatized.
I
I took
used
it
to have
off.
one.
I took it off.
I still have one.
Those earpod things are trackable too.
Yeah, the earpods are. Yeah, but I love my AirPods.
You better not be doing nothing bad over there.
Yeah, I'm not. Just true crime. Anyway,
So,
so yeah,
yeah.
you guys make sure you check out Ty. Ty, anything else you want to say before we end?
No. Hopefully I invite everybody over in 30 minutes on my channel, and that's about it. I went to the dentist earlier this morning, so I called out tonight, so I don't work overnight. So I'm gonna be up all night long.
Yeah.
Burning the midnight oil. But I guess tomorrow we're gonna hear the witnesses and closing arguments on Monday. I think I'm gonna do a whole court setup for you guys on Monday. So definitely be,
That'd be cool. That'd be cool. We have for Monday, I'm gonna have to split myself into two because I know that I have the D4B. We have the D4BD. Kadisha, I know you're covering that.
Yes, I'm
Oh,
ready.
I hate yo.
Gotta get on that.
He
Gotta
should
get
just
on
get
that.
the. Oh wait, I can't say that on stream, right?
No, you
Yeah,
can't.
I
He
feel
can't
like
get
he should
anything
the
he's not
chair.
guilty of.
Oh. Oh.
So that
That's
one,
the
so
politically correct one.
we got to prepare for that.
But,
So any other closing thoughts? Let me see, Brandon. What do you think? Any closing thoughts?
I wanted to know if Vlad really paid him $150,000 for that interview.
Oh, child, please. I'm not sure.
I was looking forward to getting some clarity on that, but guess we'll
But
never know.
I can tell you what Vlad did do. Vlad did strike that video on all of these networks. Is gonna get all of that money from all of these videos playing his stuff in court. I know he did that. I know he did that, Vladimir.
He's gonna strike the court. Watch,
He
your
went
court better
right
be
into
careful.
his earn, because you can do that on YouTube. You can go right into your earn account on your YouTube studio and see every video that is playing a piece of your content. I bet you Vlad is gonna collect his money.
Another thing, they were talking about how they couldn't validate the dates before the jury came in. I'm like, why didn't they call Vlad here the art of dialogue? This makes no sense.
Yeah, Mercury is in. Did they say Mercury's in retrograde? Mercury's in Gatorade right now, y'all. Whatever that means. Y'all better be careful. Align your whatevers. Super Science X. What are your closing thoughts before we have to head out, man?
I think today was the worst day for obvious reasons. But I don't feel like we're gonna get justice, to be honest. I know it's like a slap in the face to say that because you've you've went through the coverage of this, and shout out to you for that because I don't feel like I would have got through it without watching it on your channel, to be honest.
Oh, that's
and the chat's entertainment, but it just feels like today was just a scripted damage control type of thing, if that makes sense. If tomorrow's like this, then I don't know.
Well, tomorrow is closing. No, I'm sorry. Tomorrow the defense brings witnesses, so we already know what to expect. With that being said, though, so they're going to bring in their witnesses, which, like I said, I believe is going to be an expert in false confessions, or confessions or stuff like that. I think they said they had like 4 witnesses, if I remember correctly. So I'm kind of curious to know. And then one of them is going to be like a PD or an officer or something like that. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
One more question before you end.
Yes.
So, what does Keefe's life looks like if he's acquitted?
It looks like protective custody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's all I want to know.
He better go to Cuba with Corey.
He's still facing a criminal case, though, if I remember correctly, because he got into
for beating up. Yeah,
yeah. I think he's still. I could be wrong. I'm not. I didn't keep up with that one, but I remember when Kadisha. Remember when you would log into the Vegas court stuff, and it was like everything was for this case was washed off, but that one.
Yep.
I don't know if he had already served or what the plan was with that case, but he is.
I thought he got
facing
a
criminal
year
case.
for that.
Who? Keefe D?
Yeah.
Yeah, for the prison thing.
Oh, I thought he already got found guilty of that.
Yeah, I
Am I
have
wrong?
no clue.
He did,
I
but
thought he
I thought he
got
got like
found guilty of that.
like a year or something.
The prison fight, right?
Yeah.
Because he talked about it today. He's like, he's saying the prosecutor sent whoever after him. Did you hear him?
I heard that part. I was like, Lord, no.
The level of secondhand embarrassment I get whenever he talks is just, it should be studied.
This is
He
too
makes
much.
it entertaining, that's for sure.
It's like you never know what he's gonna say.
Look forward to more interviews coming from Keefe D because you can't shut up.
Oh my God, we'll see. Kadisha Lynn, what are your final thoughts?
I don't know, really. Kind of disappointed, honestly. My man deserves justice.
And speaking of my man, I dumped mine for the sake of this case. I might have to make a phone call.
There you go.
I don't know. I guess we'll just see how the defense works. I guess I'm a little interested to see what they're gonna say tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of disappointed with the way they ended this, but
yeah,
it is what it is. The next thing I'll be tuned in on, no matter what happens, is hopefully Mopreem's lawsuit makes it further, and then
yes, I hope so.
we should hear some interesting things from that, hopefully.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, well, I really appreciate you guys hitting the link. Tomorrow I'll be on, so make sure you guys set your Palm Pilots, your sidekicks, your flip phones on whenever I set up this thing, because I think she said in the afternoon. I don't think it's going to be in the morning, but we're going to set that up now for tomorrow. So I really appreciate everybody. I'm going to let y'all go because I am tired, and I'm still trying to figure out, like, where to compartmentalize all of this today. It's been a lot.
Bye, guys.
All right. Bye, guys.
All right, everybody in 20.
Bye.
What the
Was that Brandon who yelled?
No, that was me. It's always me yelling.
Oh my God. Is it you? I didn't even hear you.
I said everybody in 20. I'm the resident loud person on the panel. No shame.
Bye, Ty. Thank you for
All right,
joining
bye.
me. Bye,
Bye,
guys. Bye, guys.
Bye, Super.
Bye. Oh my gosh. Shout out to these guys. Amazing. Thank you, guys. Well, I really appreciate everybody. Let me do some shout outs before I head out, y'all, because I'm tired. I really am. And like I said, I was late up at night thinking about all this stuff. Veronica, thank you so much for the sunshine. Mar, thank you again for coming up in the $4.99. Word of advice: calladito te miras más bonito. Ain't that the truth? That needs to be on a shirt. Half of the people don't even know what that means. Thank you, Mar. Appreciate it. Celia Cruz, thank you so much for the $1.99, my love. Thank you. Pika, my mod, thank you. Pika, my mod. LMJ, thank you so much for the jewels. Imagine Mommy, thank you so much for the jewels. So thank you guys, y'all. Baby Bunny's coming in here making her demands. I'll see you guys mañana. Okay, hit the like button. Thank you guys for joining me. Bye, guys. Bye.